你先68，我说68到71%， 69到71%，你说
78，
69到70%，
减班69，
69到
减班
69到70%，
69.6，
69%到70%，
啊？好，不是，我点减班，
这就
那你
到底是几趴？减班69.5%，
答对了。
这也是他的提示，还不是0到87，是50到87。
在干嘛？
在干嘛呀？
就是你，
对啊，
肯定是我那么懂你，快一点。
看着我自己，好，
对啊，
你是香港人嘛？
对
你要让他们用广东话念的名字。
公懂我啊，
好啊，
你叫一下，哎，怎么叫？
逻辑给
逻辑给，
好，
第一题 ，K2 在第一场 PCS 比赛选用了伊泽，请问这一场 K2 用了哪个伊泽威尔的造型？
逻辑给 ，TPA 伊泽瑞尔，
不是，
逻辑给，麦冲我一点，
不是，
勘探专家，
不是，
足球先生，
答对了。
就乱讲，
第二题的问题是 K2 在季后赛里面最强玩的英雄是？
逻辑，伊泽瑞尔，
不是，
郝英姐，
不是，
法洛士，
答对了。
嗯哼，
他是说所有
挂机的，作弊，
哎，那个右边的这边在挂网名，在挂。
他突然不记得我名字。
好，那换阿志。
春季季后赛，其中2场玩了蓝宝，蓝宝胜率为黄志，黄志，重新，好，
黄志，
读
50%，
错，3、2、1，
黄志，
好像是读谁嘛？
是啊，是我吗？100%，100%，
0%，
对，
0%都拿出来讲，
他真的0%，我真的记得是0%。
为什么拿这个0？
对啊，怎么会拿？我以为
我忘记拿2场可以了。
你在看得起他，你太看得起他了。我在 PCS 第一场比赛中对上了 RSG， 我在上对到的角色是，我在上路对到的角色，黄志，
黄志，
赛特，
黄志，
错，
索瓦卡，
对，对啊，
阿文打索瓦卡，
他换完了吗？
对吧？
请问 Enso 在春季季后赛总共拿了几颗人头
18，
？18到28，
21，
18到21。
两错，
他现在
19，
答对了。我要出事了，我拿那么多颗头。
对，
都被你抢光了。
都被抢了，接他投。
第二题，春季赛中，Enso 第一次吃到巴龙是对上谁的比赛？
你要说 RSG，
不是，
两错，JT，
答对了。为什么你知道是这题？
作弊，
哇
你，是有剧本？
有看题
你是不是写好剧本？
我怎么知道为什么？
读录。哎，读录没有哎，完了完了完了。
赌露露的 Facebook 与退取大头照动作是什么？比什么动作？
推藤，
我猜一次。好，看你。
耶，
对，
再一次。
还蛮像的。
人家可是位置不对啊。
哎，对，另外一只手
所以这样不算吗？
不算不算。好，
陈晨，
杨文硕。
太快了吧！
OK，对了对了对了。他这种事。
他这种呢？
请问赌露露在 PCS 春季赛中共打过几场比赛？杨文硕。
一场，
黄尚志。
3场，
错。
4场，
对，
有那么多场？
你不是
我自己也不知道。
谁？
好，开始哦。第一题，请问我在春季例行赛中，我的总击杀数为
你不会31、
31到50，
34、
30，
哎，
35
你，先35到30。
你不会36，
对，
有一个，
这是超简单的，你准备好？
好，
好。
你不会。
好，你讲，你直接讲，你直接讲。
阿卡丽。
错，你不会。直接讲，老一。
不要闹，
哦，这样可以吧？不行吗？
有点公分的。
你还没讲题目
快点，题目讲完。请问我在 PCS 中第一次拿到 MVP 的奖项？有人说，可以了吧？
哇！
红番的举手。红番的举手。所以你们是不是对队友不太了解啊？
真的，
哎，
最新的都
最近才刚来的，
真的
这都是战绩的，我们是对生活上。
哎，我那个页不公平，我那个页有争议。
所以我们奖品就给露露了哦。
啊，谢谢。
奖品是什么？
把它的唱吧，
在这边打开吗？
可以。
噔噔噔噔噔噔噔，
是一个正。
哇哦，是秀泰影城团体电影优惠券呢！
你就这边有用，给我
恭喜啊！哇，
可是我有6个队友哎。
再给一张
你有没有想过，是我们5个啊？你本人没有啊？
你拿这场比赛就够了。
真的啊，流浪荣耀就够了。谢谢。
那我们一人1张，
好 OK，
一人1张。我会留着你的好的。
最低的，
出来
先把
吧。
票交出来再去惩罚。
你们要疯狂黑白菜还是要加菜？
疯狂黑白菜，
黑白菜，
好，
黑白
对，
红黑白菜，
超不会玩的。
好，
包5啦，职业选手都打包5。
包我
真的包5，黑白菜，
啊
男生人配，黑白菜，男生人配，
啊，往下比，
黑白菜
还有冲下，巴。
黑白菜，男生人配。
来，瞅一瞅，
白菜，
男生女生配，
黑白菜，男生人配，
黑白菜，
男生人配。
啊，
有了吗？这样有了吗？黑白菜，男生人配，黑白菜，黑白菜，男生人配。
哇！刚刚这一拳是不算。
不算，分数胜。
好，等一下
0比0开始。
好，2比0，赢不了哎。
黑白菜，黑白菜，黑白菜，
男生女生配，2比1，
黑白菜，黑白菜，
男生女生配，
黑白菜，
男生女生配，完了出了，
黑白菜，黑白菜，男生人配。
完了，
惩罚是什么？
敏智。
如果今天只有一间浴室，但时间紧迫，你只能同时和2位队友一起洗澡，你会选择谁？
恩说红上志，
为什么？
我就想看啊，我就想看，
完了。
那你们想跟他一起洗澡吗？
我们也一样的窘境吗？我想，
还不错啊，想啊。
我想，没问题吧？
怎么要这样？我为什么跳舞？
对，柔一的
柔一的那个
OK 吧？跳绳啊，跳绳啊！
我没有跳绳，
假装就好了。
假装就好了。
不行啊！好了吧，够了吧？
够了。
新的赛季，请为 BJD 继续加油，
持续关注 PCS 粉丝团，
按起小铃铛，
拜拜。
长报数
1挖口
2以色拉
3空月，
4 Z 5 Apex。
，6有女鬼，
大家好，
我们是 HQ。
那今天的节目准备开始哦。Do you know me？
I know you want me to, but you got a lot of love.
看抖音不会变坏。
今天就惩罚吗？
有些
行。
跟奖品呢，
那我们尽量不让你们做什么福利提升度这些，是没有这些。
那就是羞耻。
那就是羞耻度。
先开始吧，挖口。
挖口在春季赛打了33场比赛，请问挖口在整个春季赛总共拿了几个人头？举手啊！
这是
几个人头
终极密码吗？
再高一点，
还高一点。
讲，
几场？33场，169好了。
最好那么多了，
好，没那么多。
0到169。
对啊，帮我
讲
84。
对哦。
0到84，
对啊，80。
80到84。
对啊，我说了。
来，合拳，来拳。来，剪刀石头布。
在那边嬉皮笑脸，先出去啊！快点啊！
剪刀石头布，出去啊！还不是一样
OK， 80到84，对不对？
你只有一次机会啊，答错就换他们了。
82吧。
真假的？
为什么要贴？
看有没有算？
你33场才82杀，
怎么可能？
怎么才82杀？很多了好不好？你当对面都
83场呢？
我是那个运营型玩家。
我还想太好，我算
33场
5个。
闭嘴！第二题，请问我在 PCS 最后一场比赛中吃了几支冰？举手。
对啊，
说
153。
你妈最好那么少啊！
多呀，
这么大？
说
4、5、6。
3、6、9到4、5、6、8、5。
对，我先，
你先。
三七都呀，不是，大家都有意见就只能猜拳了。
猜拳了呀，气死我了！
摇手不，
哎，你干嘛什么？
摇手不。 多少
377到385，快
382，周洋，
！377到38，
周洋，
啊，剩我们4个，
哎，不对，382到385。
382到385，
上2个数字啊，
这2个数字。
哎，周洋，
周洋，
好了嘛，那有公面嘛。
你先，
383，
耶！
为什么啊？
位置，
来，第一题，以色拉在春季季后赛的 KDA 为2.3，请问以色拉在春季赛中总共有几次助攻？
黄宗志
哎
，600个。
，600个，0到600。好，升上去。
哎，900，
什么？
数学系
转罚完全过来了。
452，
0到400，
红子
可以
215，
0到215，
黄子242，
0到240。
你也数学，你们两个讲我，数学博士。
没有啦，200，我刚刚是250，200，
0到200。
黄宗志，
那个最快，现在有最快。
你刚刚应该换我吧？
啊，对，刚刚
要换我先。
158，
158爆。
我们也是会来
大双击点，就你了。161，
黄宗志，
再大双击点，你喊的好大声啊！就你啦，159，王正，159，
王子，
开始了，最后一个数字了，我们都知道啊。
因为我讲到什么？
这以下。
想啊！
反正我也不知道数字。
剪刀石头布，剪刀石头布，加速布，
然后不
160，
没错。
放下的石头。
PCS。
我累了。
第二题，
黄宗志，
在春季赛中，第一场比赛是2月29打 CT，那第一次得到 MVP 是对上哪个队？
你吗？
黄子，
对，是我。
王子，
哎，陈毅，3、2、
等下，
1，
BJD，
错，黄子，
黄宗志，
打慢点。
HK，
错，
黄宗志，
黄子，
不加呀！
错，黄子，黄子，罗马，
我很公平吧？你们按照顺序来吧。我发现你现在没有脏的人有点少。
没事，我等下就选你。
后面换位置，你的本名是
肖任佐。是哦。
好，
我知道。
我现在知道了。
第一题是我在季后赛打了15场比赛，请问季后赛的总击杀数为？
好，小任卓。
这种问题就是后面那
对，这种然后不当第一个，还没学乖。不是你要讲答案啊，你已经讲了。
31，
哎，中了。
先猜就
哇，你们这些懒人。
真的假的？
啊，这个一猜就知道是谁。
我操！
谢谢。
没有，这有作弊嫌疑，我觉得
这有内鬼啊！
这题有问题。
你们是说我跟 F 串通好吗？
你讲什么？
他讲的。
你说的啊？
是哪来的灵感？
怎么可能？
乱猜啊！
第二题，春季赛中第一场比赛使用的英雄为？
小任卓。
小任佐。假手部这题太简单了，假手部。
简单吧？
太简单
太简单
了。
吗？
答案是什么我也不知道。
我也不知道。
其实我也不知道。
假手部。
哎，讲。
你要不要先？
雷克萨。
中了。哦，好准哦。答案不会是李欣啊？
对啊。
答案一定不会是李欣啊。
那个 Z 跟那个确换的问题。
我第一题是，请问我在春季赛第一场比赛中，第一个用的角色是谁？
陈毅，
我发现有点难选，那先选你好了。
雷尼克顿，
耶！
耶！
这是问题，
这是送分题吗？
这是问题。
还有20场。
第二题，请问我在春季季后赛中胜率最高的英雄为？
陈毅，
Uni Boy。
鳄鱼。
错，陈毅。
谁造？
谁造文？
陈毅。
后面它后面还有个数字。
哦，胜率。
胜率。
哎，这个过分了吧？怎样？怎么了？好，
先给你回答。
哎，英雄布丁2，
62%。
错，
陈毅，
你没有讲话，我举爽。
你也讲话，
100。
对，
你没输过，
到90几，
没输过
你没输过，
没输过啊。
啊，没输过，输
哎，半天11人一半啦。
是一半啦。
哎，一半，
我懂东西。
哎，说到我2啊，他自己知道。你就贴这样啊，贴这样啊。那你们脚不能分开哦。
啊，我是了，还是要恶心人家半点。
半点也
我好不容易
相当了，
至少你还有一半。
换你了，这样我也不会输一点的人。
第一题是在 PCS 赛季中总共打了4场比赛，总共玩过哪3？
薛家伟，我先了。
你最快。
阿奇尔，
哦，
卡扎比亚，西格斯，
好啦，对了，
对嘛？
算你懂我。
简单啦。
算你
还是赢半点了，小王半点了。
好扯哦。
好，第二题，我在之前拍的那个 PCS 节目，什么多点同理心的惩罚，有一个护手霜开饼干，我一共开了几包饼干呢？
薛家伟，
好，我们从这里开始。
但其实我都没看过。
张轮下
4包，
错，不是问护手霜品牌吗？
下一个
3包。
错，
啊，你去，
越来越低了哎。
是不是我拍的啊？到底是真的还是假的？
哎，对，3包是对的。
哎，奇怪，我不是在隔壁吗？
还是你没去拍？
开个玩笑，看来你赢汪东志了。
没有，他本来就赢我。
我现在是2点半。
那个惩罚就留给他吧
跟过。无关。
不是，就是有，你知道吗？这表示等一下如果我对一题，陈昌就要下去了，所以你要题目都给我答，陈昌就要下去了。
翻盘的机会，你知道吗？
都不要举手就好。
然后你们3个不要举，哎，真的，你们3个不要举，他就出去了，对不对？
第一题是在春季赛第一场比赛中玩的柔一，这场比赛我出的第一件大装是啥？
陈昌哎，干嘛？我不知道哎。
陈毅突然不知道了，
我要出无尽哦。如灯回音。
错，
陈昌君，陈昌君，陈昌君，
哎，陈毅，
GLP 800，
答对了。
啊，没事，做惩罚。
哇，就是看见证友情的时候了，各位。
第二题，请问我在这个例行赛中死亡次数总共为多少？
这个太多了，你们也答一下吧。
我先吃了它。
可是我真的不知道哎，怎么办啊
？47次，
再少，
上去
请说。
38，
再少。
陈昌君，
好，再让你来一次。少，
你这
太少哦，32。
错了。
来，公平竞争，公平竞争。
各位可以竞争了，各位可以竞争了。
陈昌君
多少次
？14次，
再高，
你答一次啊。
21，
哎，不用喊名字哦。
陈昌居21，
再低。
交给你们了。
陈昌君
17到21。
陈昌君，哎，陈昌君。我来了，3个数字嘛。
对啊，
不要说没给你机会了，我们都给你了。
再给你了。
都给你。
给你。
好吧，答对了。
哦。
好，所以你们算上你们身上的那张边。
这18次哦，真的假的？
所以最赢的是谁啊？
那他3分，
他3分啊，
一开始
半点能力，
每次都赢，
半点是同一
每次
点，
都赢哎。
他每次都赢。
四舍五入。
45路啊。
这是什么？
你们想知道吗？这感觉不是什么好东西。
啊，你说什么奖励？
这叫什么？
奖励还不是好东西，还会是啥啊？
秀泰影城团体电影优惠券。
从现在开始我们集训1个月。不能去公，
这里有5个哎，那
这是我们一起去哦。
不是，我们好像会漏掉1个。
那你不要去哦。
只有5张，你知道吗？
那你
那就是
们去吧。
考验友谊的时候了
等一。下，我给你们一个机会，让你多赚一张。现在最输的是谁？
我啊，
是你。我们等一下给你一个问题，然后你觉得谁会猜对？你们是帮我把眼睛闭起来。
哦。
对。然后你走到他面前，我们先不给你看问题。
我们凭啥？
觉得谁会猜对，走到那个人面前去站着，
好呢，
直接选，觉得谁会答对你等一下出的问题。
我听到了。
你就继续这边，
你就继续啊，这是你的脸票，你自己想一下。
不要给你一拳，
我猜不是王公子了。
我已经听到了，他站在我眼前，
好，第一个问题怎么做？
请你离开。
然后大家可以张开眼睛了。
我在 PCS 节目《多点同理心》中模仿了哪3个英雄跳舞？
记得一个，
张军、
来说，
费德提克、沃维克，还有布里茨。
答对了。
所以你为什么觉得会是空月会猜对？
为什么不是谢家？
我打野的脑袋比较好，你这样好。
跟他比较好。
好，所以输的是
陈昌君，
谁？
陈昌君，
欢迎。
如果这个世界上只能存活2个人，你会选择 BCS 的谁跟你共度余生？对，
我会选择你。
啊！
你再给我这样！
你跳出去！我想说我这样子。
哦，我吐了，真的。
你空月好了，
那你跟空月告白一下，你问他愿意跟你一起活下去吗？
那我就选择空月，希望你不会离开我。
结束，我们这局结束了。回答。
那如果是你，你要选择谁？
我要选择谁？我应该自己生活。
不行不行，
就要一个
他是不是一定
当转食物也行。
他要选我了，那我肯定是选他。紧急粮食，不然不是我选他，等下荒岛我太饿，我打不赢，我打这个直接杀掉。新的赛季，请大家继续支持 AHQ，
也请关注 PCS 粉丝团，
开启小铃铛。
拜拜。
J-Team，
我是中路 Kobe，
我是 AD 小 V，
我是打野哈娜，
我是上路瑞石头，
我是辅助雀巢。那我们开始吧。
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, cut out to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 할리 you don't go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real real world Here to light it up set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do Never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do Crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news, no it makes me sad Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me coming, get out of the way Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Crazy Sorry not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 mad Look at the gold all on my chest Look at the gold call it a flex
not want to shy away from the drama. Instead, I invite it and cause trauma. Anyone at my neck, then I'm getting on ya. I stand for respect and honor. And I won't stop until it's all mine. I'm at the top of my game at all times. Bring it on. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Step up. Bring it on. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. I bring in a habit to all foes. Until they all vanish, you know it's gone. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything goes. I'm coming for mine and what is owed. I stay on the grind, I'm in the zone. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything goes.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2020 Promotion Match Finals. I'm Opal, joined alongside Abriz for our first match of this week. A little bit of a weird one, to say the very least. Middle of the week. All right, I'm not used to being at the studio here on a Tuesday, and I don't think, Abriz, you're used to being on air on a Tuesday, but nonetheless, we're hoping to have a lot of fun here, of course, as we are witnessing our promotion match for 2020, or 2021 exactly, for the Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia position within the PCS between Resurgence and Impunity.
Yeah, definitely looking back at this summer split, it's been one that's been full of up and downs, very tumultuous indeed, but no one's had quite the roller coaster ride compared to Resurgence, who find themselves going up 1 week, going down for the next 6 weeks, and there's a reason why we find them here, even if they are a fan favorite.
You know, to say the very least, Resurgence, especially over the course of this season, you only joined us midway coming in for the summer split. Spring was rather similar. We saw pretty much nothing from this team for the first half of the split, and then they kind of got themselves back together, and it just seems that they had repeated mistakes that just weren't able to be cleaned up, and over roster changes, it just seemed that they were not able to really find their footing and be in a position to be, I guess, competitive with the rest of some of the top teams within the league, and now they find themselves here having to defend their position within the PCS up against, you could call them local town rivals of Impunity.
Yeah, and actually thinking back to spring for Resurgence, because this team showed promise, as you mentioned, in particular Dennis, when he was playing for this squad, was very formidable indeed, but it felt like the team consciously decided, do we keep the veteran players, or do we move towards these kind of younger players, these rookies, and bring in some really established coaching staff? And they brought in Jensen plus Omo, who are of course fantastic coaches in their own right, but nothing really seemed to click. Occasionally you'd find that moment of brilliance where everybody seemed to be on the same page, but there is a reason why we now find this roster here fighting for their tournament lives.
And that's also kind of a question. You're being put into this kind of situation where you are not, it's not even tournament lives anymore. It is being able to remain within the league itself, all right? If you lose here, you have to redo the whole process all over again. You have to fight through the promotion tournament. If, say, Impunity actually does end up getting into the PCS, you also got to hope that they finish dead last in the league or in those final 2 spots. And you never want to have to put your fate into another, I guess, organization's hands if you want to try and rejoin into the PCS. So it is very important that you try and defend your position here and now. And the stress has to be mounting, I guess you could say, on some of that coaching staff as well as even the players themselves.
Yeah, and that being said though, it does kind of tie us back into a point we discussed with Jensen over the past couple of days, and that is the difference between some of these more solo queue, ladder, qualifier kind of teams versus the professionals, the organizations that have been duking it out with the best of the best, with our world's caliber teams. And honestly, looking at it, a lot of Resurgence's losses were just from being outclassed individually, and this is now where the tables have turned, and they start to have the advantage over their counterparts in Impunity.
Yeah, they're rather confident. They say, head-to-head, this should be a match that we win on paper. Of course, if they've been able to scrim up some of our best teams within the league, having that experience against some of your tougher foes should be able to train you up very nicely. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and get into draft. And you may have saw also on toward our socials, we did, of course, mention that Yone is enabled as we are playing, I believe, on 10.16 when he was originally released, as unless we got that changed up on me. I'm not too sure if it is, but nonetheless, we're into draft here. Resurgence going to be Kalista being banned out, as well as the Nidalee. Kalista actually kind of a favorite pick over there toward Impunity and Top King, as well as Blaze. And then, of course, Impunity, red side Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, looking at these bans, pretty standard, of course, the fact that we do have some of the more aggressive lane-dominant AD carries out of the picture, and I do want to tie in the jungle matchup here as we do start to move towards some of those secondary, tertiary kind of luxury bans that do come out alongside the necessities. Caspiel, you know, the best Malaysian player to ever touch the game, finally making his triumphant return after clawing his way through the qualifier, put on one hell of a performance, but they've left open his jungle Karthus pocket pick.
Yeah, it does mean, though, for Epic, it will be him picking up his Grave. So, again, getting some comfort. We did also see that Hecarim ban being used up against Impunity. We also see that Renekton not being available there for Shensekai. We'll see how he's able to fare. But interesting enough, we are going to just see the first pick Ezreal likely here for Blaze in the bot lane.
Yeah, Ezreal we actually have seen globally counterpicked by the Kaisar more and more often as of recent. That being said, he's still got a fairly safe lane phase. He kind of unlocks your support if Smurf does want to go for a roam. But in an isolated 2v2, you do still have to give the edge to Quake and Boxer, especially now that they've had time to gel. Because when we saw this duo towards the end of the summer regular split, they'd only had like a week and a half together where they were kind of getting hammered by the rest of the bot lanes in the league.
We do see, though, Top King, very similar to what we saw during the previous match. If you guys were over on my personal stream, we did a co-stream of the final for Impunity for them to qualify in, and we did see that Top King looked like a massive carry. Let's do it! Yes! Give it to me, please, Shera. I will be so happy. He does play it in solo queue, and Yone is enabled. And we bugged the coaching staff. We're like, please, give us Yone. I don't think it's going to be the case. I think it's a little bit early to see the pick come out. Instead, it's going to be the Twisted Fate getting locked in instead.
I am actually kind of relieved there, because I was messaging all my pro friends, and I was like, okay, Yone, teach me about it. And they were like, we don't know, because it's disabled in professional play pretty much globally, and no one plays it in solo queue because it's just permabanned every game. That being said, don't need to analyze it because we do have a Twisted Fate, who will of course offer a lot of global pressure. That Destiny later on does support the Camille in her side lane antics. The champion is very keen to do so. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with how this draft has shaped up in terms of comfort picks for the side of Impunity so far. But will we just see more and more junglers hit the bench?
Appears to be the case here from Resurgence, of course, getting rid of the Lee Sin. Again, something Caspiel loves to play. We also do see, though, for Impunity, deciding, all right, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and ban out as much as we can from that mid lane matchup. Try and give Shera the best possible instance, getting rid of the Sylas, as well as that Azir away from Resurgence.
Yeah, you do have to think about the mid pool available to Raven right now. He has got a fairly deep run of things, though, and I think, yeah, Orianna is about as safe pick as you can get, but I don't really expect to see it against this enemy team comp because they should never be opting into 5v5s. However, just thinking about the options available to Caspiel here, we said the Karthus was a special, but he does tend to focus on these pre-level 6 kind of early game gank-heavy junglers like that.
There you go. I'm going to go get that Gragas getting locked in. Of course, could still be flex if we really wanted to see down to support. Not out of the question, but more or less likely to see it come through in the jungle now for Resurgence. What do they wish to go ahead and pick up likely now for, of course, the support and trying to save for this mid lane counter pick they have been the entire time, and what they wish to try and put Raven on into this Twisted Fate matchup. Again, Raven not afraid to play some of those assassins either, but do need to see a little bit of magic damage coming out of this squad here as the Nautilus gets locked in.
Yeah, so Nautilus blind pick here, it's about as safe as it can get, honestly, considering the fact that Boxer hasn't put out a Thresh performance so far this split, so that's a really gapingly huge issue in terms of the pool. I'm thinking about Bard for the side of IMP, unless they want to go for the Thresh themselves, but of course Nautilus is the kind of pseudo-Thresh counter, and you mentioned you want to see a little bit more magic damage, but Mordekaiser gonna pick up the slack in that regard, so you can pick an early game lane dominant carry like Lucian.
All right, really need to see Shinsekai get rolling though here, because if that Mordekaiser kind of gets shut down early on here by the top side of Imp, it might be a bad time until he's able to scale back up. And like you mentioned, you're kind of relying solely on him to be bringing in the magic damage. Meanwhile, though, on the side of Imp, it is going to be the Braum getting locked in finally, so Caspiel will be on that Gragas in the jungle.
So I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Braum here for Smurf. A, because just a good pick into every melee is a rule of thumb, but also because it means you have a winning 3v3 in the bot side skirmishes. That means you can then push for priority, push for crab, do all of that good stuff. And Impunity, despite, kind of being outclassed individually, you could say, definitely have shaped up a draft that has a lot of agency and a lot of available opportunities in that early game in particular.
So for Imp, we'll see how they wish to try and start things off here in their first match up against Resurgence. Resurgence, hopefully they've been able to use a little bit of the break that they found themselves in over the past couple of weeks, being able to kind of reassure themselves up, get themselves all calm and collected. I do have some rather bad news though, Briz. And
3-minute delay because we're on live.
We're on tournament realm. That's why we're on 10.6.
We are, because it's 10:16.
It's 10:16. I was like,
yeah.
we don't have that kind of magic capabilities. All right.
Okay.
I did get word that the rune setup actually was bugged on the side of Imp support, so we might be going to a very short break as well once they kind of remake the lobby there. But we at least get to talk a little bit more of the draft before we get to that break. So coming out of this draft, who are you kind of favoring, considering the knowledge that we have of Resurgence?
So I'd say that, honestly, Resurgence are in a very good position when it comes to their counter picks and even the blind matchups they got for themselves, but I think it's very telegraphed what IMP want to do. We mentioned that in the co-stream that we saw on your stream of the qualifier, Top King is the man to play around. He's insane, this kind of heavily mechanical player with little in terms of game knowledge, but insane mechanics. And honestly, the fact you have Ezreal Braum who can be left alone in isolation, just chilling alone, just kind of doing their own thing, while this jungler plays for the solo lanes, going to be really intriguing to watch how Impunity pull this one off.
Well, we are going to go ahead and take what appears to be about a 9-minute break while we reset the lobby, but we will be jumping immediately into game once that break is over. So do stay tuned. We're going to get into our first game of course, our promotion finals here for Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, as Resurgence try and defend their slot away from Imp. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have word that we will be getting into our game quite shortly. They just had a quick little remake issue, and once everything got sorted, get ourselves locked and loaded for our first game. Again, this is our Sim Promotion Final. Resurgence needing to defend their slot in the PCS from local rivals Impunity, which are looking to find themselves making it into that Tier 1 category of League of Legends, no longer having to play within Tier 2. But again, got to take down Resurgence, and even though they had themselves a rough season, they are still known to be quite good compared to the rest of the Singapore squads.
Yeah, definitely do look at Resurgence as being the heavy favorites coming into this one. Not only are they, as you mentioned, just a little bit of a step above the competition when it comes to individual players, but also they've had a year's worth, 2 splits worth of what is essentially just practice against the best teams in the region as a whole. That being said, Impunity certainly no slouches. They did not exactly breeze through their bracket here. I believe it went to 5 games in that final part of the qualifier, but end of the day, pretty hype matchup.
Well, let's go ahead and get ourselves locked and loaded. Draft, of course, remaining the same. We got everything good, remakes, all that lovely jubbly. We're going to go ahead and load up into the RIP for Game 1 of our first game of our promotion match here between Resurgence and Impunity.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Got the Longju dragon emote. Someone wanted to flex that on Tournament Realm apparently today. I don't know why. You know, positive fans. I'm sorry, Briz. I never felt so rusty. It's like having the extra 2 days of break compared to what we usually do. It broke my mind entirely. I don't know what happened. But nonetheless, we're into our first game here of our promotion match final. For Resurgence, pretty much everything on the line here. They have everything to lose if they get taken down here by Impunity. Impunity looking to only gain here as they are looking to try and lock in a slot within 2 PCS.
I mean, it was even a bit of an upset that Resurgence finished the split the way they did. You had Jensen and Omo, 2 very established coaches globally, with Omo, of course, doing very well for himself in the Oceanic region. Jensen very similar, but also having experience in Europe and I believe Brazil as well. So honestly, Resurgence, the fact that they're here, still a little bit of a heartbreaker for this organization as a whole. But taking us out of the bigger picture, let's get right into this game and what we're expecting here. Gragas for Caspiel with the Predator. Got a bot lane that can just sit AFK, do whatever. Focus on getting your solo lanes ahead, because Top King is the man to watch. And that 1v1 matchup between the Camille and Mordekaiser is a trial by fire for Shinsekai, if I ever did see one.
Yeah. On top of that, too, you do already see like Raven already hitting that hard push within to the mid lane, so we're not going to see a whole lot from Shara until maybe level 6 after the first back. So it's going to be mainly all that action as far as Impunity goes toward that top side alongside likely Caspiel, who is looking at doing a full clear on the top half of his jungle for level 3.
Yeah, kind of disappointed with Shira so far. Shira, Princess of Power. The TF. The TF has made me upset now, just because, come on, you denied me Yone only to hard lose lane at level 1. This is not what I was hoping for, but hey, Impunity, they're okay with how things are working out, because Caspiel just going to clear till level 3, recall, get tier 1 boots for the Predator, and then go for a big, crazy Gragas gank.
Hey, they're just saying, alright? Gotta hold on to the Yone pick. It's gotta be that secret sauce for Game 5 if they force it, alright? Simple as that. Do see, though, that Epic is going to be caught out on a ward, but getting spotted out there, that does mean Caspiel's actually not going to get his blue buff. It means he ends up getting triple buffed here by Epic in Game 1.
Yeah, the bot lane hard push for the side of Resurgence, beautiful, and on top of that, it's pretty obvious that Gragas with Predator is just going to clear red side jungle and then look for the rest of the camps. Red side, of course, with slightly bigger value in terms of gold because of the way Raptors and Krugs are allocated. But speaking of gold value, Shira.
There you go. First blood. Going to go on over to Boxer. Raven almost trading back a kill by the tower, but they are able to go ahead and find that first blood. Maybe wanted to get that onto the Lucian, but nonetheless does put down this Twisted Fate early.
Cool, we actually do have Caspiel maybe fishing for a bit of a gank, but can Raven finish the recall beforehand? Answer is no. We do actually have Impunity committing for this.
You already see just the hard kind of commit coming in from Resurgence, looking to try and defend Raven. He will have that Relentless Pursuit, though, to get himself over the wall. As Epic, alongside Boxer, looking for a bit of a fight. Ignite comes down immediately onto Caspiel, and Caspiel has to back off here, as that extra damage was flowing through. But there you go. Boxer's going to get taken down. Double teleport going to come out, as Top King wishes to join in onto the party alongside Raven. In comes Smurf. Over the wall, Top King goes, but he's got no mana. Tactical Sweep is able to get some damage off, but those are some low health bars on the side of Imp, but they are able to trade back a kill and get one on over to Caspiel.
5v4, 4 minutes into the game. Huge commitment from both of these teams, and yet it is IMP that walk away with an extra kill in tow. Good pickup from them, but can Raven just escape from another gank? Probably. Caspiel making his impact felt, making his first commitment on the map prior to even recalling for those tier 1 Predator boots. Resurgence getting collapsed on here, and Impunity walking away with a bit of a lead.
Yeah, it all comes down, of course. Raven was chunked out. He didn't really want to go in on this fight, and they get a decent chunk onto Caspiel, but once you get that initial burst, there isn't a whole lot left, and when you're going up against the Braum, very difficult to really do much else.
Yeah, of course, Raven did flash. Boxer did flash to get the kill with Raven mid lane when taking She-Ra by surprise. So, end of the day, Nautilus, as it turns out, pretty squishy when Aftershock is not on the board.
On top of that, too, that skirmish actually costed Resurgence, on top of the kill, a decent chunk of their summoners. The only summoner up on the bot side of the map right now is Quake's Flash. Everything else was burned. Raven wanted to rejoin on the fight, wasn't able to get much else. When you take a look on Imp, they still have a lot of their escape cards available to them if they want to try and play a little bit more aggressive here for the next couple of minutes.
And I did have my reservations about how Caspiel had chosen to navigate this early game. His first recall as a Predator jungler doesn't come through until nearly 6 minutes into the game. And yet he's got his Codex, he's got his tier 1 boots with the Predator available. He's got a lot going for him when it comes to this next gank, because we said the main difference between these two teams is that Epic will farm gap you, while Caspiel fishes for gank after gank after gank, and it looks like bot lane, actually, strangely enough, is gonna be the next place visited.
Quake is gonna get tagged only by the auto attack. Predator is popped. Caspiel, though, only got eyes for Quake at this point, and even with the flash, not able to escape as Blaze finds himself his first kill on the Ezreal.
Yeah, tremendous commitment there, but it pays off in turn. 3 flashes committed to shut down the Marksman of Resurgence, and to make this worth, IMP need to get a plate, need to get the Drake, but here's the collapse from the rest of Resurgence potentially materializing as we do look at how that play panned out. It felt weird that they were going to go for Quake anyway, but factor in the Nautilus has Q to kind of create some distance. And then, yeah, 3 flashes. What can the Ashe do? Not a whole lot of anything.
Well, able to at least pick up a kill there, and that's actually started to open up a decent CS gap toward this bot lane as well, as Blaze was already getting ahead in the matchup. Now sits 20 farm up on top of that, picks up a Sheen and a tier on the first back. Lovely start for an Ezreal. Did mean, though, that Imp decided not to go for this first dragon, and Epic now starting up the Infernal.
Yeah, unfortunately that 20 farm lead in the bottom lane actually mitigated by the way the mid lane is currently going and has been going since about minute 1. Raven, this is the Raven we actually saw in spring, where he was actually confident enough to butt heads with the bigger names in the region, now showing you why he was at least considered to be at least close to that near elite status within the region.
And we haven't seen a whole lot toward this top lane matchup either. We kind of expected, you know, for Shensekai, you mentioned this is a Trial Fire matchup going up against Top King on this Camille. It has been rather quiet. We only saw the single teleport come out of Top King to try and join into a fight. Wasn't able to pick anything up, but with Caspiel here, not a whole lot of mana, so they're not going to be able to really go for a play on the top side of the map as Shensekai goes for a back.
Oh my god, Cull. That was what Jensen told us about yesterday, where he was like, if you want our players to get cocky, greedy, overextend, buy Cull, and they will all in you at any time, because they'll be like, okay, this guy's Cull, I can definitely fight him. He's going for the late game investment, let's take advantage of the early game. But that being said, Shinsekai, still a Mordekaiser, still in lane phase, still scaling, and therefore don't expect too much action till the junglers decide to do their thing. Speaking of junglers doing their thing, Epic.
Again, farming away here on this Graves after picking up the first dragon of the game. has been able to rotate over toward the Rift Herald, and Shelly going to be in the hands of Resurgence from the looks of it, as there is absolutely no way this could get stolen away outside of a True Shot Barrage that's on cooldown. So Resurgence picking up both neutral objectives to start things off before 10 minutes.
Feel incredibly bad for She-Ra right now, having to rush out the Tabi. It makes sense versus a jungle mid duo of Graves plus Lucian, but given the fact farm game hasn't exactly gone as planned, it honestly means we'll probably see a 20-odd minute Rod of Ages completion. Could be seeing a little bit of injection of gold with this kill, though.
There we go. It's going to be Raven. Just bounce back. Does have that flash. Needs to finish off the kill, but Shera can't do it. Not enough damage. Ended up having to pick up the Ninja Tabis early, so not having maybe an Amp Tone or literally any other form of AP outside of that Doran's Ring means that kill just squeezes on by, as Raven still commands a 25 CS lead.
I do wonder, should we have seen the Gate and Destiny pop there into a quick pick a card to the face of Illusion? But that being said, they were being very respectful of the fact that Relentless Pursuit could have come back up and Raven could have just done a quick dash away from the ulting in TF. IMP, though, with that little bit of breathing room they've bought for their mid laner, should be able to rotate it to somewhere else on the map. It looks like a reset, though, as Resurgence look for the topside dive.
Top King able to flash over to safety, but in they go. It's going to be a quick ultimate coming out from Epic, and that nets them the kill. Epic close to going down, but nothing to worry about, as with that, Rift Herald's going to be popped, and Shinsekai going to get some gold funneled in onto this Mordekaiser.
Oh, okay, that was kind of cute. The Ezreal ult narrowly missing out on Epic there. Would have claimed the kill onto the Graves, but would have, doesn't quite cut it, as IMP hemorrhaging gold across the board now. They commit huge in mid and don't find much of anything, and then they lose a big swing up top.
So with that, Shinsekai is going to be feeling pretty happy now. Going to already have that Blasting Wand in pocket, and now the extra 600 gold funneled in onto that Mordekaiser. We mentioned kind of being that main AP threat when it comes to this team's composition. Needed to try and get online, didn't want to fall behind early, and looks like he's going to be able to get his Leandries rather right away. And Top King still waiting on that Trinity Force spike.
Actually very telling of how this top lane matchup is going, that you're able just to rush out the Leandries. No regard for the Seeker's Arm Guard into the Hourglass, instead just going straight for that big core item. And actually, speaking of Seekers or Hourglass, not even going to be the second item here. Dagger suggests we'll see Nashor's Tooth, a big emphasis on the 1v1 potential that Shinsekai is now opting to play towards.
I see Caspiel looking for a play here, but is spotted out by a ward that's put down in the river. On top of that, too, Resurgence looking to collapse possibly toward this Dragon Pit, as Shinsekai is already rotated down toward this side of the map. Caspiel does spot him out. Swerve, maybe not wanting to be right there. Pops the ultimate, tries to flash over to safety. Is going to be now depth charge, though, onto this Ezreal. In comes the Ash Arrow, but a turnaround now coming out from Imp. Is it's going to be this gold card landing in. Epic going down low. Only one more auto attack. Top King flashing forward, able to find the kill with the Hextech Ultimatum. And Boxer going down low. Shinsekai, though, brought the Camille into the Death Realm and now finding the 1v1, but cannot finish off the kill. In comes the re-engage. Raven able to get the Culling Smurf down low once more. Caspiel now the main focus as both teams look to disengage. Resurgence now looking to fight back as Quake still having plenty of health, but it is going to be just a simple one-kill trade going on over to Imp.
Smurf incredibly lucky that his top laner showed up there, because the Graves collateral damage came up as Epic died. The Braum got engaged on it. Looked a little suspect, like he wasn't reacting until he placed his vision and then left. But, end of the day, it looked to be a bait. It worked out as a bait, and IMP, regardless of how that started out and how clumsy the initial engagement seemed to be, this was a fantastic skirmish that did turn out in their favor, albeit it's a single kill. It's not too much. It's not a lot, but it's something, and it does show that this rookie squad can actually hold their own against one of the more established organizations in the region.
Yeah, and it would have been heartbreaking, actually, if Epic was able to get himself to safety, but Top King is able to finish off the kill. Unfortunately, because he was right beside the Mordekaiser, could not actually finish off the Nautilus at the same time, but nonetheless, I think Imp are just happy at least trading positively when it comes to these skirmishes, especially considering how close this could have actually been.
So, this is actually my main concern, is that Resurgence just got their second Drake while we're in that replay, so it does mean we should be seeing 20-minute Soul Forced where this team just hard fights, honestly, at every objective. And that's where we maybe do start to see the constant pressure of this Lucian up mid. The fact he's got Mana Moon means he's transitioning to a mid to late game carry. It means Resurgence aren't putting pressure on themselves to close early. And it means we will now see them kind of transition into this mid-game skirmishing comp that will just close and clinch the game around a 20-minute Dragon Soul play.
Yeah, because Imp at the moment, they're very much invested into, we'll try and fight you a little bit later on, because Shira still hasn't finished off Roa. That means that Roa's not going to get upgraded to 10 stacks before 25 minutes the way this is going. Wait. It is going to be a long while.
Also buying the Arm Guard himself. So literally going to be like...
It's going to be like a 30-minute Roa, the way this is going.
Got the cloth armor in there too. Yeah, it's rough. I remember the good old days just stacking Roa, because games would go on for like 45 minutes in Season 2, because you just have Karthus, Ryze, and Nivea mid, and they just sit back, farm. Speaking of sitting back and farm, something Top King wishes he could do as RSG, look for a gank.
As Epic is positioning himself looking for a dive, but not going to be the case. Shira, again, just soaking up as much pressure as they can. Unfortunately, though, this is not looking all that great. It's going to be a red card, maybe not the yellow he was looking for, as Caspiel nearby. But I think that's kind of been the telling sign here so far, is we've just seen a lot more pressure come out of Epic, and these solo lanes have been struggling this entire game so far for Imp during the first 15 minutes.
Honestly, it seemed par for the course when you do blind pick Camille at this point. It did shut out the potential Ornn or any other kind of tank from Shinsekai, but end of the day, it's not the play they wanted to make. Neither was this the play Caspiel perhaps wanted to make.
Goes on over the wall, hoping to maybe take away. Oh, that's going to be actually Enchanted Krista arrow. Caspiel's going to get caught out. Does not have flash available. Is able to get himself over the walls. No one was able to body block, but it's going to be 2 flashes over the wall coming out from Resurgence. Smurf going down low, but it won't be enough damage from Raven to finish him off. And they do catch out the Gragas here on top of securing the second Rift Herald.
Actually, solid commitment from both teams there, just completely disregarding the bottom half of the map as soon as Herald is up. Good threading the needle on the arrow though, and suddenly the pick potential of the Ashe is really ringing true. This 2-item spike for pretty much everybody on RSG is about to materialize, and that is where their comp approaches critical mass, and that is why the fact they have full control over every neutral objective so far is so troubling, because it means Dragon Soul is going to be forced, it means an early Baron is probably going to be forced, and it just shows how good they are at skirmishing relative to some of the less experienced teams that did play in the qualifier.
Well, Caspiel hunting for this, wants to come on over with Top King, and they are going to be able to lock down Shinsekai. On top of that, it's going to be the concussive blows, and it's the Camille finishing off the kill at some point. There you go. Hextech Ultimatum just used for the safety. That's a nice pick and a nice response coming out here from Imp right when you start to see some of these power spikes coming through. Trinity Force for Top King, as well as Roa finally completed for this Twisted Fate.
Fairly intrigued that we didn't even see Shinsekai up to drop the ultimate onto the Camille. I guess he said, look, I'm dead either way, may as well save the Death Realm for the next time I want to shove up with no vision in the side lane, which is completely understandable, to be honest. Has his TP available, could make a play around this Drake in 1 minute. Actually, yeah, he definitely wanted to keep his ult for that next Drake fight, so it makes a lot of sense, and it does go to show that at least this RSG comp are starting to have some synergy, have some communication, and start playing as a team rather than 5 individual players.
Yeah, has that teleport in case he wants to join in onto the next Dragon fight, like you mentioned. We do have a Cloud Soul here on the Rift for our first game of the match. And we'll be spawning here in about 30 seconds. Caspiel, maybe hoping to find a play here. Quake goes a little bit too far forward. Flash is available. In goes that Destiny as well. Into a quick, beautiful combo. And Quake gets taken down instantly. Double teleport coming out. True Shot Barrage, though, just chunks down Shinsekai to half health. Mordekaiser has to be a little bit careful. Raven also joining in. But that's both teleports used just to equal out the numbers here, with Top King actually now joining in. It's a 5v4 in favor of Imp.
Yeah, and where was Epic throughout all of this? We said this was the stylistic matchup difference. This was the Graves just farming, doing his own thing, while the Gragas is actively fishing for plays around his Predator timer. Flashes in, gets the Ashe down, TF ult to come through to really hammer home that Quake cannot do anything, and suddenly IMP, their playmaking, is actually looking pretty clean.
It's looking really good, and on top of that, now with that kill, Blaze actually has himself a 2-level advantage over Quake at this point. This Ashe at the moment, kind of non-existent, and it's starting to fall really far behind. Look, that's a 40 CS gap already. You're trying to aim for a Flame Horizon by about 25, 26 minutes, and all right, Imp, they have themselves kind of a hope in the form of this Ezreal for the later part of this game via Blaze.
And this was kind of the lane we were just counting out. It's Ezreal Braum. They should be AFK for all intents and purposes, just chilling out, farming under tower while the jungler plays for these all-star solo lanes. And yet, so far, it's been Blaze and to a lesser extent Smurf that have put up the carry performances. But Epic has been jungle gapping, farm gapping, all of that good gap in favor of Resurgence, and it does mean that he is in control of the objectives and he is in control of the pace of the game with that second Herald breaking open mid lane tier 2 pre-20 minutes.
On top of that too, they've now actually taken down all the first tier towers as well and looking for a second tier tower down here in bot lane. So this is rather a large injection of gold coming in for Resurgence at the very least, and
yikes,
it kind of forces now Imp to have to try and respond somehow, but they just lost out on about 1,000, 2,000 gold just in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, Imp actually just getting pulled around the map. They make such a beautiful play up mid. They get their kill, they get their pick, they look so promising, and yet macro-wise, I said Ezreal Braum would be AFK in lane. The entire team decides to go AFK at the 20-minute mark and just cedes map control completely. Like, they get an advantage, do nothing with it, except,
Blaze! This Ezreal tried to solo carry here, or at least try and chunk down Quake once more. Meanwhile, though, Top King is able to find a first-tier tower up in top lane, so Imp may be a little bit slow to respond, still do respond, though. That does get them a little bit of gold, and now looking for this mid-lane first-tier tower. Raven's got to be careful, as Destiny is popped here from Shera. Call going to be used as well. Not looking for the dive just yet. Gold card comes over from the side, able to chunk Epic, but still not enough damage at this point on this Twisted Fate, as that isn't even... Well, it's now only the Sheen being completed at 21 minutes now here for Shera.
Yeah, kind of awkward that both these teams did just cede map control entirely to the other, just kind of handshaking back and forth, trading objectives left and right. Of course, the late game scaling of this IMP comp cannot be understated. Ezreal at 6 items, monster. Camille at 6 items, monster. TF, very, very formidable too. And honestly, Resurgence, because they lost that fight, because they got picked off prior to that third Drake, it means their win condition is halted just that little bit, so they have to thirst for this next big objective as early as possible.
Well, you do see there, Baron is started. Caspiel on the other side of the map is going to show himself mid lane, but now Imp is a bit late to the party. Blaze does not have True Shot Barrage either, try and chunk out some members. The arrow does land onto the Ezreal, and that's actually a rather clean Baron take here from Resurgence, knowing that they had time. Caspiel, though, on the hunt. Not going to be able to do a whole lot, though, himself, as it does look like Epic and Boxer will be able to get themselves back to safety.
Sorry, Opal, did you say rather clean? That went to 79 health after Smite, and the Braum ult narrowly missed out on taking that one.
I'm saying clean decision-making coming out from Resurgence.
Yeah,
that alone,
I like that.
That alone is something we just don't get to see often, all right, Abriz, so celebrate when we can.
Yeah, their mid-game objective kind of focus, really, really important here. We said they spike around 2-3 items, and that's where we presently find ourselves. So yeah, pretty happy with the way they played that one out. But as we mentioned, it really threw a wrench in the works when they took that fight that led into the third Drake, and now they could potentially outlast this Baron and really prolong this to a favorable game state for themselves. The macro is where this team falters though, and the macro is where I have my concerns as Top King may find himself wishing he could move around the map.
As that extra little bit of shielding, Hextech Ultimatum is going to be used. May try and get himself back to safety. It's not going to happen, though, as Raven is able to finish off the kill. Another grab coming down through. In comes the Gragas ultimate, though. It's going to be a perfect stopwatch coming out from Shinsekai as Raven finds himself a double kill. True Shot Barrage able to take down some members. Raven getting a little bit too aggressive as now Blaze needs to kite back for his life. Able to get himself back to safety with a heal coming out from Shera, and that's going to be Epic taking on down. Now Blaze still looking to carry back this fight, but Shera going down low. go. Flashing forward. It's going to be Blaze. Shinsekai takes him down. Quake trying to get himself back over to safety. In comes that extra bit of damage. And Shinsekai is the lone member to survive the trade between the two teams. As it's going to be a double kill for the Mordekaiser. The ace in favor of Resurgence. And Shinsekai heading on back to base. Not finishing off the inhibitor.
Yeah, he just wanted to do it, okay? He was like, okay, I prioritize living here rather than, whatever the hell that was.
What?
The Iron Revenant stands alone after that big skirmish. That big skirmish, by the way, it happened not anywhere near the Cloud Drake, but still, I guess Cloud Drake's gonna be freely taken by RSG here. Nice. I blinked. And I missed that because I was asking prior to this series, please anyone message me about Yone if you've seen it in game. And then was the moment where people started replying to me and I was like, okay, Yone, reading about Yone, look at my actual game screen again suddenly and bam, the game has exploded. Oh man.
Kind of
that was an insane fight. That was a blink of an eye. That is the 2-item power spike.
Nonetheless, Resurgence going to try once again. Is Top King just going to get caught out here? And it feels like Shinsekai says, you know what people did to me all this season? Well, now this is how you get to feel, Top King. As this Camille once again getting soloed out. Resurgence on this push should be looking for the inhibitor, as it will be falling at now 25 minutes.
Yeah, definitely do look towards Resurgence as having that lead now. Solidly pushing it towards Cloud Soul. And so far this game, while Blaze has been pretty 1v9 for the side of IMP, we're still waiting for the solo laners to pick up the slack. Granted, we are a little bit biased towards She-Ra because he didn't pick Yone, but at the same time, this TF really not been having a good run of things. He's back in the game to some degree, but not quite enough.
Blaze getting hyper-aggressive here onto this Ezreal, and that is going to cost Imp this game, as that's also going to be the hook coming on over. It's a stopwatch for Shera, but that Twisted Fate not along for this world. Caspiel wants to try and find a fight back, but the chunks of damage are going to cut him down once more. Top King once more goes in, but now it's Resurgence looking for the base here of Imp, as that's going to be 4 members down, and it's only going to be a Braum spawning in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, Resurgence, they take a commanding fight. That 25-minute spike that we said they were playing towards. 4 Drakes taking this game. They only got 3, but it doesn't matter. They get this game in the mid-game. They get their spikes, they run with them, and they look to close this first game out. Impunity are lost.
Impunity gonna fall here in game 1, as it's gonna be Resurgence. A bit scrappy to say the very least, but they're able to take home the victory and now sit 1-0 up in the promotion series. Of course, this is a best of 5, so we'll see if Imp is able to clean a little bit up there, because I think overall we did see some hints, some glances of a really coordinated team fight actually coming out here from Imp, especially from Caspiel as well as Shera. Only issue is Shera just kind of fell so far behind on this Twisted Fate. The Twisted Fate didn't matter.
Yeah, Impunity actually... some promising fights there, but not quite to the level we saw back in the qualifier. Granted, RSG, whole different breed of competition when it comes to the kind of caliber of players you are facing off against, but at the same time, where is that early game aggression? Well, I mean, we had a 5v4 in the bot side river at like 4 minutes into the game, but where is the capitalization? I didn't like the fact they got picks, they got advantages, and then just disappeared from the face of the map afterwards, as if they were unsure as how to translate that into further leads.
Yeah, for me, I would like to see, especially from Caspiel, he did a lot in that early game, or at least into the mid game, at least to try and help out toward that mid lane, but there has to be some form of support going up toward Top King. Top King is that member of your team that if you are able to get ahead, he could just take over games entirely over into the side lane. That's what we saw during the qualifiers, but this game, we saw this pretty much on repeat. When we came out of a replay itself, was just this poor Camille just getting soloed out by Shinsekai and then the rest of the squad piling in.
Yeah, Camille, when she doesn't get rolling or get a free lane phase in this case, really does struggle to do much of anything. This fight was super cool, actually. Blaze almost 1v9'd it. Blaze is, well, Blaze and the inhibitor tower almost 2v8'd it, rather. But, yeah, I was actually thoroughly impressed with how this was played out overall by the Imp squad. That being said, the Resurgence just showing you that they know how to use their Baron buff, they know where to pressure and when to pressure it. And honestly, IMP, despite looking very promising at times, that's got to be the heartbreaker, because Blaze, the member we kind of counted out relative to his counterpart, game of his life, and yet it wasn't enough to drag this team over the finish line.
And MVP for that match, it is going to be Shen Sakai. Where's the Shen Sakai photo? I love his MVP. We don't get to see it all that often. It's okay though. It is going to be him on the Mordekaiser. 5-1-6, taking home MVP for Game 1 for Resurgence as they now take series lead 1-0 over Impunity.
Give me the Elise from Caspiel. His pocket, well, he has like 3 pocket picks, but that's one of them. And that's something I think we should explore. I believe Renekton was banned?
It was.
Yeah.
But it was banned out by him.
Yeah, okay. I get that. Now we have a side swap, by the way. So Resurgence, gonna need to ban Caitlyn. So...
Do you also... Yeah, I'm just saying. Resurgence.
Because
are they ready? Do they have a Yone like answer in case that does come out? Or if you're on red side for Resurgence, do you have to ban out Caitlyn and Yone and then just kind of have only one ban for this series if you're on red side?
I mean, I got a dump of Yone information midway through that game from various sources, like, hey, this is what this champion does, and he looks explosive, so hopefully we see it in this next game.
Well, we'll see if Shara and the rest of the squad can step up to the table, or is Resurgence looking to take match point all the way in Game 2, Game 3? We'll have to see. As we take a short break, we'll be back with more action from the promotion match.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I'm your eraser, ain't the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 나는 래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye, 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high, 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주자 난 makes you sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sign of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. More the night that I hit, I connect you to to live on the edge of insane. Crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 of our promotion match between Resurgence and Impunity. Impunity looking a little bit lost there during that first game. Had some good plays here and there, but unfortunately just were not able to pull it back together. And Resurgence were just able to run wild, as now they sit 1-0 and looking to now take home Game 2 and then possibly make this a 3-0 as they try and defend their slot here within the PCS.
Yeah, Impunity actually making a little bit of the same kind of errors that we criticized Resurgence, Liab, and even Bajaya Dragons, who did edge their way into playoffs in the end and beat Alpha, throughout the course of the summer regular split, which is once they get a lead, once they get an advantage, what do they do with it? Not a whole lot of much, honestly. You saw them get that pick in mid, chaining a beautiful Gragas Predator, Ultimate Flash, Body Slam into a TF gold card, onto that Ashe, boom, bam, done. What did they get from that? They got a reset that lost them 3 turrets over the course of the ensuing 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most tragic moments when it came to that match. But nonetheless, we are going to get ourselves into draft. Resurgence actually are going to have blue side. Imp actually decided they would like to have red instead, so would rather just have the counter picks available to them. So we'll have to see.
Right, so I think here you prioritize counterpicking top now. We saw a counterpick bot lane that did work wonders for IMP last game, but of course once it came down to the mid to late game decision making, the macro, the heavy hitting kind of decisions that are, you know, the undoing of a lot of these amateur level teams when it comes to actually executing on their advantages, as we mentioned, but also when it comes to actually closing games out. Yeah, they just kind of fell apart. I was pleasantly surprised with that early game, but I want to see just that little bit more and a lot more comfort when it comes to decision making and closing these advantages.
We'll see here. Bans pretty much remaining the same of what we saw during Game 1. Resurgence getting rid of that Kalista, the Nidalee, as well as the Hecarim. I know you were asking for the Karthus during the break. A Briz for Caspiel is up and available, but we'll have to see. That is a ban, though, that I do like coming out here, adjusting for Imp, getting rid of the Lucian, just a little bit too powerful into some of those mages at the moment in mid lane, and it really did shut down Shera.
Yeah, the Lucian pretty much auto wins mid and just free pushed like no tomorrow, but this is a champion that has been banned out pretty frequently as of recent. Set, very, very valuable to have. Not quite the 4-role king that he was before. Yes, you can still play mid if you really want, but more often than not, we will see him go towards the jungle position with the occasional Blade of the Ruined King flex towards the top lane.
We'll do see now, though, for Blaze once more. It is going to be this Ezreal that was able to perform rather well overall, considering Imp did take the loss. There was kind of moments there that Blaze he was trying to carry, 1v9 at that point. Wasn't able to pull through. But we do see possibly a little bit of harder engage coming out here, if that's going to be a Leona being the priority here for Imp. So really just want these counter picks of Briz.
Not a fan of the blind pick Leona, but end of the day, it's okay. It shuts out opportunities for, well, I guess you can just go Nautilus or Braum into it, considering Boxer doesn't actually play Thresh. But we did mention the Karthus. I find that a lot more interesting to talk about than blind pick Leona, which is countered by pretty much everything. You can even go Bard into it, which was Boxer's signature pick that he climbed the Korean solo queue ladder with. But yeah, we've now seen the jungle pool trimmed out with an extra pick taken away.
All right, so Epic's going to be the one on the Karthus, which we have seen a couple times. On top of this, too, we might be seeing Ornn, which likely means we're going to be seeing Raven on the set this time around as well.
And it does also mean we could see the Vladimir counterpick come through for Top King. He plays his carries into these big tanks, and this was something Jensen was kind of concerned about. He said, look, we're likely just gonna blind pick a tank and have it answered by a super scary carry from Top King. Yes, he fell flat on the Camille last game, but will he fall flat again on the direct counterpick in the Sylas, which opens up so many avenues when it comes to She-Ra's signature AD mids. And you know who is an AD mid who was just released, just enabled, and just hovered in Game 1? Your boy.
You want that Yone. We'll have to say. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We've been begging for it. We know it's enabled. Well, let's get back into this matchup in particular. Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be a Sylas actually going to the mid or if it's going to go top. Maybe it'll go into the jungle. There's no actual guarantee where it goes yet until we see these two final picks, which Imp might be just looking to save. Like we mentioned, those counter picks toward the mid lane. We do see that Jhin getting banned out for Imp. On the side of Resurgence, going to be banning out the Olaf, so trying to target toward Caspiel's jungle pool a little bit more.
If he's just going to run it down on Twisted Fate again, just give me the Yone. That's all I ask, honestly. But no, that being said, jungle pool being trimmed out, as you mentioned. Olaf out of the picture, does very, very well into Karthus. Just clears super fast, goes to invade him. Elise, also one of those good picks into it, just because, again, fast clear, good skirmishing, good invades, all of that good stuff. Volibear notoriously absent from the pick ban phase so far. I should expect to see it rear its head. Maybe this next rotation we do have the signature Lee Sin pick open up the Caspiel, which was banned out last game.
All right, Imp. Show me what you got here. Show me some of the spice. I want to see it here. Echo, not as spicy. It could still be
but it
ran
does open
into
up
the jungle.
AD mid.
It
some
does.
more.
This kind of screams an AD mid. If it does get locked in, are we actually going to get it? We'll have to see. Echo is going to get locked in. We'll have to see if that's going to be for Caspiel or if it's going to go into the mid lane.
Raven should just lock Yasuo here. Put the set on support and lock Yasuo and then be like, Yone Yasuo in the mid lane.
Oh boy.
It actually would work.
Yeah, you do have that Karthus into the jungle, so you have the magic damage that you need, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look back toward Resurgence.
Oh my god! It's his first Thresh game of the entire year.
I'm about to say, that was one question we even asked Jensen, is when are we going to see Thresh starting to come out of some of these drafts? And you just got to say, we do play it. We just never really drafted ever. Does get locked in here, though, for Resurgence, and will be paired up with the Ashe in the bot lane. Irelia is one of those other picks, though, that Shira is known for, is AD, and maybe is a little bit more reliable at the moment, but it is going to be locked in.
Alright, not quite as hype, but still pretty happy to see it. Not something I see every day, and of course, I did used to play that champion exclusively when she was a completely different champion 5 years ago, but still. Yeah, big fan of the Irelia. Has very telegraphed dueling, of course, just stacking up the passive, stacking up the Conqueror, and then picking and choosing when to hard commit for a fight. But end of the day, we have a fairly magic damage heavy comp for the side of IMP.
Yeah, and there's still that decent front line coming out here from Resurgence that they're going to have to deal with. What are you saying? I think it's an Irelia top.
Top King going Ignite Irelia mid into the set, perhaps.
Possibly. We might see a little bit of a change up. We might see a change up here. Shara is running the teleport, so we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be. Would hate to see Top King not be, you could say, involved in some of these fights without the teleport. Mid King now
Mid
coming
King is
out.
another player. Mid King was like the Korean god of solo queue in like season 2.
That's true.
He almost imported Don't Mash Me and Patoy over to Korea to play in Challenges Korea back in season 2.
You're just a wealth of just random knowledge. This is what happens when you go on the Wikipedias and hit random page
on Wikipedia. Always.
That is what we like to call Averza's fun hobby. But enough of those hobbies. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves locked and loaded for Game 2. Resurgence currently lead the series 1-0. Imp looking to try and tie things back up and try and force this into a best of 3 potentiality, or does Resurgence look to take a 2-0 hand into that third game and look for the clean sweep? We'll have to see what the outcome is going to be as we load on into the Rift. So it does look like Top King is going to be doing the best mid-king impression, as it looks like that Irelia will be running into the mid lane. Shara is going to be running top with the Sylas, having that teleport to rejoin fights later, and now I need to bug our observers to try and switch the portraits.
Yeah, these are actually the most favorable lane assignments for the side of IMP. Irelia, of course, was that go-to set counter pick when the champion was first released in a fairly busted state back in, I believe, end of December, beginning of January, where you would just Q navigate around the kind of immobility of the pick and really take advantage of the fact that if he misses the sweet spot on his W, he doesn't really have good trading potential. As well as that, of course, you really do want the Sylas into Ornn matchup because that is the go-to counter pick of the split so far. So yeah, end of the day, very happy with how IMP have used the red side to get themselves 2 winning solo lanes again. Just really intrigued to see how Caspiel plays around that this time.
Yeah, this time I'm going to be on to the ward the Echo. Does mean
wait, Longsword Ornn.
It's a lot. Shinsekai?
Executioners for the Sylas matchup, but still, Longsword Ornn.
We always get the nice quirky builds, you could say. But a longsword start for an Ornn. Hey, making those auto attacks on the minions all that more powerful. I'm just saying, all right? Easier CS. Makes it easier.
Yeah.
Come on now, Prince.
Well, yeah, the early executioners will mean that Shinsekai can smack around the Sylas early. Doesn't have the spellbook, so I guess he's going for the pre-6 trades rather than that 630 all-in with the Ignite that we've seen from the Ornns of Days Gone By. The Wolf Camp reset.
Oh,
this
boy.
is very unfortunate. That is about 10 seconds shaved off of the Karthus initial clear, which actually means a lot into a matchup as volatile as the Echo.
Well, looks like Epic's still doing just fine, though. Meanwhile, mid lane...
Smartable does not.
Yeah, well, he's got blue buff at the very least, all right? Meanwhile, top side, Shera hitting that level 3, so we might just see that all-in come out onto the Ornn and does force the flash out, and Shinsekai's going to be wanting that one back as Shera able to get some heavy aggression out here early during the lane phase.
Yeah, actually, this is why you wanted to see the matchups go the way they did. The assignments came through for the side of IMP. Yes, it's a bit of an expected shuffle given the champions, but really just hammering home that Top King's very comfortable on Aurelia, and She-Ra looking pretty okay on the Sylas, even if the pick has been rather absent from the mid lane for quite some time.
Do you see, though, Top King at the moment having himself a bit of a toughie in that mid lane up against the set so far, as that's going to be a pretty big wave starting to crash in onto the tower and starting to fall a little bit behind in the CS department. We'll see how well Top King is able to try and recover that, but early it looks like that set able to give a lot of issues on over to this Aurelia.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on early for these solo lanes because we are gonna see that longsword just be dead weight for Shinsekai for at least one more reset. Having TP back at the lane after flashing out does mean he couldn't upgrade it into the executioners, does mean it's just raw stats. Granted, the champion actually doesn't need to recall to shop because it's on, so should still be okay.
Top King, that's
All right.
the issue. If you go for that trade, I think the only way he's going to be able to dodge that if he has a minion behind Raven that he can try and Blade Surge to. But so far, matchup not looking good, and now Epic also looking for a path in. Top King forced a flash to safety as the wall comes through from Epic, and that's going to be a flash down here on the Aurelia. Caspiel going to come on over the wall, gets himself a nice little stun, but it's early on. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot.
Yeah, Epic getting tower aggro there made it look a little bit suspect, but Caspiel was a little bit late on the rotation. Good collapse from RSG's mid-jungle duo. They traded the Ghost for the Aurelia's Flash, and they crashed more than a couple of waves, meaning that we now see Top King fairly heavily behind. Of course, he went for the Ignite, so it's all about the kills, all about the all-inning, and it's all about him desperately trying to navigate through this early lane phase.
Do see, though, gonna have that Cinder Hulk starting to be built for Raven in toward the mid lane, or the Bammy Cinder, mind you. Take a look down toward bot, Blaze and Quake. We're not seeing a whole lot of action. May start to see it, though, come level 6, especially with a Leona wanting to get aggressive. Meanwhile, top lane, that damage! There you go, Shera on the board. First blood going on over to Imp once more.
And we were like, okay, we have the Sylas up into Ornn with Echo Jungle. Maybe it's a bit magic damage heavy, you know? This Ornn unkillable. Well, when he rushes AD instead of magic resist, he pops. Shinsekai gets comboed down, gets Echo executed from the W passive, the Z drive resonance as well. Really just smacking it home with the bat. And actually the Sylas got the kill. Beautiful. Nice. Continue to push with that. Get this champ ahead and see what he can do. Steal the Call of the Forge God. Steal the Requiem. And just pound RSG.
Top King, level 6 here for the Aurelia. Gets that full stack onto the Blade Surge. We'll see if he wants to continue going on in. There you go. It's going to be Vanguard's Edge. Raven going down low. In comes the Showstopper trying to get down the kill. But unfortunately for Raven, he's going to just tick over from the potion. And he's able to survive. Calculated, you could say. But Top King almost able to find the solo kill mid lane.
Yeah, the set regen gonna really help him out a lot here when Raven does stay. The W almost up again. Has Top King calculated that? Has he counted for
Raven?
it? Can he go for it anyway?
Raven? What are you trying to do there? You just escaped with a sliver of health. Go back to base. Top King gets another free kill, you could say, and now into that top lane. Shera able to steal away the Call of the Forge God. Now going to be used by Shensekai, but instantly ripped apart in the 1v1.
And the solo lanes come through for the side of IMP. 2 solo kills in rapid succession. 1 for the Aurelia into set, that big counter pick up mid, and 1 for the Sylas into the Ornn. Beautiful play from Top King. Beautiful play from She-Ra. Resurgence, what are you doing?
All right. So Imp able to also find themselves their first neutral objective, and well, we mentioned there was some confidence coming out from Resurgence this time around where they felt like in these solo lanes, they were going to just have that player advantage. But game 2, matchups a little bit more in favor for Imp. They're able to find their opportunities.
Yeah, actually Top King could have finished off that kill pretty handily had he just waited a split second longer for the set W shield to fully decay. And you saw Raven trying to hook the Aurelia under the tower. Didn't respect the fact the passive stacks were still being juggled by the consistent Qs there. And it did mean that the Aurelia could just smash through when it came to the re-engage. Speaking of re-engages, She-Ra, He-Man, look at him go.
There you
Sorry,
go.
I had to do it. You know I had to do it.
I know you had to do it. You've been waiting this entire time. You've been...
Why not put She-Ra on Aurelia? Then I could be like Princess of Power, Aurelia.
Oh, my lord. Caspiel. Oh, no, Shensekai. Is there escape? Looks like that's a very, not greatly positioned parallel convergence. On top of that, now that they've been able to find themselves the solo kills, they say, all right, swap it up. Sure, you got all this MR, but now you're going up against into this Aurelia that doesn't care about that. And then the Swerve getting aggressive here. Going to find that stun immediately. In comes that Showstopper. Raven just going to get brought on back himself, though. Is that now he's going to get stunned up. Showstopper Haymaker's there. And Raven going to get taken down once more as the Sylas is able to find the kill. Epic gets caught out. And Imp have found 5 kills unanswered by Resurgence. Imp, though, Blaze going down low. Quake will be able to clean up the kill as Smurf goes down himself. And there'll be 2 kills in response, finally, from Resurgence.
Incredibly bloody fight here for the side of IMP. 5 kills on the board, answered back, but it was still a huge swing in their advantage. Good, confident engage. They swapped the assignment, said, look, Sylas is smurfing it, let him rotate that advantage mid so we have the ability to flex towards the Herald, flex towards the Drake at whim. And they just go for it. They crash in. Unfortunately, the collapse does come through. The bot lane does get picked up. And this was just clean. Okay, maybe not so clean with the flash at the end from Quake. But, you know, can you blame him for being overzealous when you consider the fact that Quake, his friend, Quake fan, was the top laner of the team that IMP eliminated to get to this stage of the tournament?
Wow, such a story, Abrins.
Narrative, baby.
Narrative, baby. There you go. Speaking of, though, let's get back into this game. And Shera, you saw a 2-level lead. Now only 1 as Raven's able to tick over to 8. But not really itemized for this matchup either. Same could be said. Like I mentioned, Shensekai was, again, just fighting up against Sylas. And now, well, you're going up against an Aurelia that has a little bit of magic damage in the kit. Not a whole lot. And speaking of, Shensekai able to sidestep away from the flawless duet of Top King. Does still open up the ability, though, for Caspiel to go ahead and pick up the first Rift Herald of this game for Imp.
This early lead, beautiful for the side of IMP, but it's all about transitioning that into more. This could be a good way of doing it.
Gets caught out there. That's going to be one he wants back, because that's going to be also the teleport coming out from Resurgence. And there you go. Double kill now on Epic 3, 1-in-1 on the Karthus.
Yeah, that could have been a good way of doing it had they responded to the overcommit from the side of RSG, but RSG quickly in and out just picked that one up, and even recall. Sorry, no, they TP'd the on down there, of course, so open up the top of the map for free, won't give any kills up top, but will probably lose this tier 1, funneling more and more gold into the dual carry threat, currently being presented by Top King and Caspiel, the shining stars of this IMP roster.
Well, at the very least, they are able to find themselves first brick gold, but now that gold lead, pretty much even at this point, as Resurgence now are able to tie it back up and find themselves again 2 kills, and Blaze has had himself a really clean Ezreal, what we saw in game 1. Unfortunately, he walks right back into the arrow. That's going to be one he wants back.
Yeah, really actually good commitment by RSG here. They pulled the trigger, they went for it, they just completely all in. Had that not panned out, that would have been doomed because they used so many resources to force it, but because it worked out, it's absolutely fine. Because they found those kills, the risk paid off, and it's good to see RSG undeterred from making the gutsier plays despite the fact they found themselves on the back foot throughout this early game so far.
Interesting enough, though, we do see Resurgence were the ones that are able to find themselves a double kill on the map, and it does translate into the first tier tower, but do take a look. Imp didn't actually slow down on that top lane push, and we're able to get both towers down. Now, Shinsekai kind of hugging outside of his base. Does mean, though, Resurgence are the ones that want to go ahead and try and start up toward this dragon down to 3,000 health, and a little bit late on the rotation here from Imp is going to cost them their second dragon of the game as Resurgence now find themselves locked in for their first stack.
Yeah, again, we're seeing Imp draft a comp that really comes online around 2 items. So you're expecting a little bit trading back and forth. RSG maybe getting the better end of things when it comes to taking fights on their own terms because they have so much by way of engage and pick potential. But IMP, once they get their carries in good positions, you know, Triforce, Muramana for the Ez, Proto Valkyrie for the Echo, all of that good stuff, maybe then we see them try for something, but Blade completed for the Aurelia does mean she is a formidable 1-item spike, which is why they could look to fight here.
Yeah, trying to look for a play here toward the mid lane, but Quake playing a bit more safe. And when it comes to this bot lane matchup too, this is like the most swing-heavy matchup we've seen between series. First game, it was Quake down by about 40, 50 CS. Now it's Blaze down by about 40 CS himself. As Quake a little bit better time here, you could say, in game 2 into the matchup after picking up again the that first kill for Resurgence along with the assist from Quake. We'll see how Shinsekai tries to fare this matchup though as Top King. Any chance willing to try and go in for a quick play, and even then Shinsekai gotta be careful. As you can just see, that's just the Bork active with a couple auto attacks off passive.
Yeah, the Aurelia stack's really paying dividends there. If you can get that passive going, you do a ton of damage in the all-in. Shinsekai, a little bit greedy when it comes to actually thirsting for this farm on the all. Just wait for the wave to come back to you.
No.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's got flash.
Okay.
Gets himself to safety.
He's got Karthus, so he's okay.
Yeah, Epic's nearby, but that's going to be a flash. And a re-engage coming out from Shinsekai as the Aurelia actually went back up toward the top lane. Parallel Convergence is there, but Smurf is just left out to dry as there's no collapse available from Imp as Shira still waiting on the cooldown of the teleport.
Yeah, all knock up into Ash Arrow, into Leona not being able to move for 5 seconds straight does mean that Smurf just gets shredded, and it does mean that now we have RSG finding themselves a pick. Can they translate it a little bit better than IMP did with their picks in the previous game? Time will tell as neutral objectives are starting to respawn across the board.
Yeah, Smurf maybe getting a little bit too confident there, and unfortunately ends up costing the kill for Imp as Raven now on the board with this set, picking up his first kill of the game. And Resurgence now, again, able to get some answers. Shira, gotta be careful how aggressive you get here as Epic is waiting in the wings. Shira kind of realizing something feels afoot as Shinsekai not afraid to even trade under a very low health tower.
Yeah, Shinsekai feels like getting the receiving end of a trade regardless of who he ends up matching off against. That being said, the rest of RSG need to really pick up the pace because their top laner is struggling. You've opted to draft him into something that loses pretty gracefully into everything, but...
Shinsekai?
What is it?
Build?
What's
Hello?
What?
No! What? Shinsekai?
It could be the double forge fire, but I believe that is disabled in
I'm
pro
pretty
play.
sure that's patched or it's not allowed. So
Yeah, it's not allowed in pro play because the reason that's disabled in pro play, by the way, isn't because of the cape. It's because if you upgrade the Blade of the Ruined King twice, the passive applies twice on every auto.
yeah. For Ornn, now if we are going to see an AD, it could have been hinted that was the AD Ornn at the beginning of the game, Abriz, but... All right. Interesting take here, Shinsekai. I'm not sure what the plan is, but okay. We go top lane. Top King want to go for that quick trade. Flawless Duet, though, is going to be just executed beautifully here by Raven. Top King has to get himself back to safety, but maybe trying to go back in onto the fight. You saw Facebreaker comes back in. Raven going down low. Top King able to find it. Able to get a little bit of regen. Top King and the 1v1 can't do it. Almost able to get the 2v1 kill, but it'll be a trade of 1 for 1.
True shot barrage again, just going wide for Blaze. There were so many low health members narrowly escaping throughout game 1, and game 2 looks to be no different. Top King getting his 1v2 though, ensuring that Raven cannot escape, ensuring that IMP still have a hold in this game. This Aurelia is, well, you missed the Flawless Duet, but you hit the important stuff. You know, the targeted Q. That's all you really need, honestly. Raven getting a bit ambitious, feeling himself. The Triumph, beautiful. The Sustain from the Conqueror, beautiful. The fancy footwork, beautiful. The incidental AoE damage from the Karthus E, kind of ugly for Top King's hopes on the Aurelia there.
That's going to be a teleport actually
Late
coming out
TP.
here from Shira.
Late.
That's going to be a collapse coming out onto the side of Imp as Boxer's going to get caught out. Shinsekai has also teleported himself, but in comes that Solar Flare. Boxer able to Spider-Man himself to safety. Meanwhile, though, Quake might be caught out himself. Asherio does get taken away. In comes the actual activation. Cleanse going to be used. Caspiel into the backline. Tries to find the Chrono Break, and he will, as Quake now gets himself back to safety, but Epic will get shut down.
So goddamn clean from Boxer there to disengage. Yes, it was a bit suspect that he was in that position, but end of the day, he plays that phenomenally. Really, really good play from the Resurgence support on his debut Thresh game, but is it enough to stem the bleeding? Herald pop mid, a pick on the Karthus. IMP, despite losing that Drake, should still be in a pretty okay position come this mid game.
And there you are. It's going to be another tower taken as they find themselves 4K gold up. Like you mentioned, though, they did lose out on that Infernal Drake, as it is going to be Infernal Soul for our second game of the match. Really turning up the heat alongside Shinsekai, who's very much on fire. Double the fire, you could say. But for now,
Look, they both went on CD at the same time.
that's
It's kind of satisfying.
It is satisfying. It's still questionable, though. I'm not too sure what the plan is. I wonder if he just like double built it and now he's like, oh, I gotta commit. I gotta commit at the very least.
True enough.
It does slow down his first item though quite a bit.
Yeah, he does have a completed item at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that feels bad.
That being said, he wouldn't be able to
There you
upgrade
go.
for like 10 more minutes anyway.
He was just holding on to it for the investment. All right, sold it, lost like 300 gold, but hey, gets the Sunfire.
300
gate.
gold's a lot when you have 100 farm at 20 minutes.
Yeah,
He's also
it
not
is.
going to hit like passive upgrade level until 25 odd minutes, which is not great, honestly.
It's a bit of a rough one. On top of that, it looks like Top King is looking for a Wit's End as well, so is going to be looking to beat
heavy AP comp.
Heavy AP comp
Well,
coming out.
Karthus. Karthus
Karthus.
is heavy AP.
It's or to an extent, but still. Some extra attack speed, looking to shred down some of these main targets, and also being able to be buffed up when it comes down to that Requiem from Epic, as Shira looking to start knocking on the door here of Resurgence if he's left unattended. And that's a 3-level advantage over Shinsekai that only has, again, that cloak completed, so could see a possible play coming out.
I do wonder how Top King's itemization is going to pan out from here. Third item, Triforce, is never really a good feeling, so I do expect to see the Aurelia just forego that and get Death Dance or something, but here's the engage.
Call the Forge God, going to be used. Caspiel gets hooked up, but in comes again that Facebreaker from Raven, but the damage is there on the side of Imp, but now Shermerv going to get caught out, has to go into Sastis. That's actually Shira That's going to get shut down, and that's 700 gold injected onto the Karthus. As Imp at the moment trying to look for plays, but you should be waiting for this Aurelia that has the majority of your gold lead.
Yeah, honestly, because they've played that out the way they do, it's like they're playing with Top King thinking he has TP rather than the Ignite that he has packed for himself this game. Yes, he's a split push threat. Yes, he has the 1v1 potential, but he can't group with you unless he walks there. And when you take a fight instantly under the enemy tier 2 mid, what's the Aurelia gonna do? She's pushing out side wave. She's bot lane at your tier 1. What was your tier 1, rather. So, yeah, just kind of clumsy. Because they opted into this. They stole the Ornal and went for that. Vision was bad. They had no idea that the set was flanking. Just rookie mistake from the rookies. Unsurprising, but still kind of disappointing.
It does hurt a little bit. And with that, too, you feel like Imp, they had themselves some advantages, and they still do. But now you're starting to see some decent breakpoints come in from the side of Resurgence. Epic finishing off his Rabadons. That's going to get likely upgraded immediately by Shinsekai when it is available to them. You also have now Runaan's completed for Quake on the Ashe. And with that, Resurgence starting to get themselves a little bit of a lifeline back into this game. Do know Top King is still very much ahead on this Aurelia, and if he is able to join in on these fights, could go the opposite way here for Imp, as Caspiel looking for that engage, wanting to get the Sun, only able to find it though. Onto Boxer is Blaze, able to buffer away. Unfortunately, he should have just flashed, but in comes the Vanguard's Edge. Boxer gets taken on down as Blaze still safe toward the side. Chrono Break is there. Share onto the backline. Epic gets taken down low, and there you go. Top King able to find another kill, and Resurgence might just get cleansed from the map as it's going to be an ace for only one member, as Raven will slowly tick down and get finished off. Imp, Punity, able to find the ace and the second dragon back toward their favor.
And unsurprisingly, the fight with your main carry there goes one hell of a lot smoother for this team. The Aurelia finds her way in. It looked crazy because Blaze got hard commit to. Boxer thread the needle on the thresh, found the re-engage, found that commitment, and yet it blows up in RSU's faces. They get in there, they can't get out, and IMP just go crazy. It's fine to take this engage when it's the Sylas who's... Wait, Sylas wasn't even in this fight. His TP came up at the end of it. Yeah, nice. Play around that mid lane TP. It still upset me that they played as if the top laner had TP previously, so now the fact that they're actually willingly grouping Top King shows they've learned from their mistake, and that is super good. Oh. The fact that not only can they learn after a game, not only can you learn midway through a series, but if you can learn after a single mistake and then learn during the game, that's very, very promising for an Impunity roster. We kind of count out after some of their bigger blunders.
I even saw their Top King with the healing coming through. Once Shinsekai gets taken down, no grievous wounds for your team. And that Aurelia just kind of keeps herself alive during the fight. They were able to at least trade back 2 members at the very end, as Raven was able to get that face breaker to keep Top King within Epic. But now, Imp find themselves 5,000 gold ahead. An Ornn ultimate on top to boot. Level disadvantages on the side of Resurgence, as Epic able to get himself back over to safety. Still gets knocked up, as Imp were looking to try and find a play, but now with 5 members on toward the top side of the map, it is going to be Baron started here by Impunity.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds left on the Sylas steal does mean they wanted to use that to clear out some space, and using that space, they can bring their big 2-item core DPS over towards this Baron pit. RSG trying to contest, look for a pick of their own.
Resurgence, they're very much committed to a lone member. True Shot Barrage cuts on through. Those are some low health bars. And Chera able to find himself the kill. Top King going down low. Raven able to trade on back. Quake, though, the Chrono Break will break the Ashe in half, as that's going to be Raven going into stasis. And that's another 4 kills picked up. Make it 5 when Shinsekai falls for the price of only 1. As there you go, Imp continue to dominate here in Game 2 and look back toward the Baron.
And it felt like solo lane gap was huge in that fight. You had Raven and Shinsekai coming up huge while Top King and She-Ra scrambled for relevancy. And yet it was IMP that picked that up. Yes, Top King died. Yes, it looked suspect, but Caspiel's Chrono Break. Again, Chrono Break, winning the game. Mwah.
There you go.
Beautiful. Beautiful echo play.
Great play coming out from Caspiel. Playing on
also,
the edge.
Is that 30-second odd cooldown on that ult, by the way?
About to say, yeah, he's lucky he had that cooldown or else he was going to die to the Baron. But nonetheless, it is now an 8,000 gold advantage for our challengers toward the PCS. As Impunity look like they've fixed up their mistakes that we saw in the early portion of this game, actually playing around their players that need to be getting themselves ahead, unlike what we saw during Game 1. And Resurgence expending a lot of resources for a lone member that just easily gets collapsed upon.
A lone member with 2 stopwatches. Okay. Yep. Nice. If you're gonna hard commit someone, maybe not the guy with 2 stopwatches. Even 1 stopwatch makes that a little bit suspect. But 2? Yeah, just Resurgence, a little bit of never commitment there. Really well punished by IMP. But again, can IMP close with their lead after Game 1? I'm a little bit scared for when it comes to trading upwards for this team. But if they just, do the simple and easy push with Baron, hit a tower here and there, try not to lose a fight, should just organically grow a pretty solid lead.
Yeah, they're able to net themselves almost now a 10k gold lead as they found themselves the bot lane tower. And with this team, not a whole lot of range, so you need this Baron buff if you want to try and crack in, open up these inhibitors. And with that, it is going to be the tower getting taken immediately here. Base now scarred as Resurgence unable to really answer, it seems, here, and they have to decide what they want to try and give up here. Raven wants to try and go for a play, but Caspiel just able to zone away on toward that inhibitor. Boxer wants to try and make something happen toward bot. What? You just gave up 2 inhibitors with that lantern. What? And now Resurgence lose both inhibs on the top side of the map.
I mean, they got the Aurelia flash, but yeah, that was just rough. Resurgence make the big commit. It doesn't pay off. Kind of sad. Don't know what to say about that one. Yeah. IMP making Resurgence look like name of the team that I forget that they beat in the qualifier leading up to this one.
Yikes.
making Quake look like Quake fans.
Oh boy. Why you gotta do the man dirty like that? She-Ra!
She-Ra?
This is looking for a solo kill. He's able to find it. Is he able to get the damage down? Boxer, though, Death Ends will connect, and that is a decent shutdown back over to Quake, but still a 10k gold lead here for Imp.
That being said, big carry epic in the grave right now for the side of RSG. Does mean that they can't really contest these pushes all that much. Only damage source is Quake, so if Quake dies in this fight, you have no damage.
Unfortunately, though, they don't really have much push if they don't have much of a Baron. So,
yeah,
at least Resurgence are able to close a little bit of that push. But now Imp
you will actually start to see a lot of this from the teams that are a little bit more suspect, whether that's because they're at the bottom of the standings in their major league, or whether it's because they're an amateur team, where they need the big, heavy neutral objective, like the Baron, like the Elder, to kind of act as that band-aid solution, because we said they don't know how to transition their leads maybe as cleanly, but it's really easy to do so once you have those big buffs bolstering you. So you could probably see IMP sit back a little bit, wait for Soul Point, wait for Baron, and then close the game off of that, rather than taking what looks like a risk as they do try to aggressively close this game.
So now 3.5 minutes is kind of the timer here for Imp, if they want to try and go for the Infernal Soul. Baron should be up before then, though. So we'll see if there's maybe a trade happening. Maybe Imp say, all right, we get Soul, or do we want to try and go for that Baron? We'll have to see what their answer is going to be, as they're just looking to buff up their ranks just a little bit more before they can try and close this game out, as Top King just going to continue to stay by the rest of the squad. Also now finishing off that Black Cleaver, so the extra cooldown reduction, as well as that health, as well as just that armor shred Gonna help him try and go for those 1v1s as Imp. Gotta be a little bit careful here. Shira able to sidestep away from the arrow. In comes Smurf over the wall with the blast cone. Not able to land the solar flare, but Top King on top of Epic goes into stopwatch himself. Vanguard's edge not even gonna be used just yet as Top King now soaking up damage. In comes the Requiem. Shira able to get down into the stopwatch in time. Raven still not able to do anything as Caspiel able to 1v4 take down Quake. As Imp now look to break open every single inhibitor of Resurgence's base here in Game 2.
Yeah, Caspiel actually got a Nexus Tower. He split pushed by himself. The Echo E plus that Lich Bane proc did a third of the tower's HP per hit. And now RSG, both damage threats are down. These are 3 tanks. You can ignore them and just end the game.
There you go. In comes that call to Forge God just to find the knockups. And there you go, Imp! Able to tie up our series and give us one at the very least. 1-1, taking out Resurgence in Game 2.
Bit of an upset, as it were, but
You think? You think?
Refreshing. Good to see it, you know, good aggressive play, and that is already not the result RSG were hoping for. We had our talks, you know, about expectations for this squad. Clean 3-0 was the kind of scoreline that was being thrown around, because this is the difference that should be seen between a professional team and an amateur team. And yet right now, the amateur team have bounced back. They bit back and they showed RSG that they are not to be taken for granted. As rub, I saw you do, we have a series on our hands.
We do. 1-1 is our scoreline, and now it kind of sneaks into the back of your mind. If you're part of Resurgence, you say, "Oh, Imp could take one game off us. Can they take another? And if they could take one, can they take two? And if they can take two, can they take three?" And now you kind of have to say, all right, you know, Resurgence, there is confidence obviously coming in, but you still have to give respect to this Imp squad, especially when they get drafts like this, where those main carry threats that we wanted to see in Game 1 that were kind of left to the wayside, they came online here in Game 2, and they punished Resurgence.
Yeah, not only did they get 2 big counter picks in the solo lane, but they also flexed them around to the point where they had the players that were most comfortable on those respective champions in that role, even if it meant kind of flip-flopping on the usual assignments of these players. Shira played top lane fantastically, continually applying the pressure, then rotating his advantage mid, then became the side laner in lieu of Top King, who of course wasn't rocking the TP. And yeah, absolutely well-deserved MVP here. I realize probably why they don't show the player photo with MVP for RSG in the first game is because IMP don't have any, and it wouldn't be fair.
Well, nonetheless, MVP, like you mentioned, Shira going to be picking up on the Sylas 9, 2, and 7, able to help snowball the game out of control in between them and Top King. Pretty good performance coming out here of the solo lanes of Impunity, where we kind of felt like, hey, Resurgence on paper should maybe be able to stack up a little bit more, but the composition just played out beautifully here for him.
Yeah, Caspiel as well played phenomenally towards the later stages of the game. The Echo was just diving, turned that fight around the Baron where we said the solo laners for RSG were popping off, and yeah, really happy with how the top side in particular did play this game.
Well, now that question remains here for Impunity. Can they actually find themselves another game? And if they can do that, can they find a third? We'll have to see. Series tied 1-1. We'll see if Resurgence can bounce back and try and take back the lead after Game 3.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for now our third game of our promo match between Imp as well as RSG, which, I'll be honest, I think a lot of people weren't necessarily expecting this result at the moment. Maybe people thinking, I heard the term, Briz, you threw out 3-0. Well, it's currently 1-1 right now, and Imp looked pretty damn good in Game 2 compared to RSG.
And that is what we were hoping for here, where they finally play around their top side, they unlock it, they just get that sheer skill matchup in the 1v1s, and then they use that. Again, a little bit concerned because they don't seem to be able to get meaningful leads with... they get meaningful leads, but they don't seem to be able to snowball those without the big objectives to kind of guide their hands. But when you're playing against a team that is, of course, struggling to get anything back on you, you're fine to play it safe, you're fine to play it out. And honestly, that game, I believe, was a little bit shorter than our first one of the night, or at least a similar time. It was definitely longer, actually.
It was
like 3 minutes longer.
Yeah, it was like 3 minutes longer. I think Resurgence got around.
It went fast because it was really cool to watch. I like Aurelia. She's flashy, she's fast, in and out, bam.
Oh, and that's kind of what I hope we get to see coming into this next match. And interesting enough, Resurgence have opted to take red side away from Imp. Imp are very much that team that wants to try and get as many counter picks as they possibly could, and now Resurgence are kind of forced into this situation where they're going to have to ban out this Caitlyn for the cost of trying to get a counter matchup, possibly for Raven or Shensekai.
Yeah, and we had our reservations about red side because we said, okay, Yone's enabled, better ban that out, but we haven't actually seen it at all besides that hover in game 1, so again, kind of really hoping we see it this time, kind of tempering my expectations at the same time. Yeah, this is starting to get pretty scary for Resurgence though, because they have everything on the line. They have their rep, they have their spot in PCS 2021. This is never really a position you want to be in. Just one best of 3 away from Doom now.
Yeah, this is way technically just kind of becomes a best of 3 now, as it's only 3 games remain to decide, and that pressure kind of starts leaking towards it, because like we've mentioned, this is the Singapore slot. There isn't 2 Singapore teams when it comes to the PCS, so if you kind of get taken out here by Imp, you also have to kind of consider for the players themselves. Maybe you hope you get picked up by another roster that's in the PCS, but that's never a place you want to be in at the moment, and that has to kind of... You gotta hope that you're able to fight through that mentality during this series and not let it get to you as we jump in now to our Champ Select for Game 3. Imp gonna go ahead and ban out the Nidalee here on blue side to start things off.
Cool. Okay, yeah, so they don't want to... They're not in a position where they want to trade maybe first picking Caitlyn in exchange for giving away Nidalee. It makes sense, but it does feel kind of bad when Caspiel, one of his best champions, is that Nidalee. And I do want to actually jump a little bit away from this draft before we do dive right into it again. And that is just playing off of something you said about how Resurgence, if they lose here, the players may be scrambling to find position on any kind of PCS team next year. I think the same can be said for IMP, except these are, of course, less established, largely younger players with the exception of, I believe, Caspiel, and it does mean that we should, even if this team does fall flat, see the likes of maybe Top King, Shira, the solo lanes in particular, because we're just riding that high right now, potentially make an appearance in the PCS next year.
We'll see here now, though, as we get through our bans. It's going to be Azir also banned out alongside the Hecarim by Imp. Pretty standard blue side that we are seeing. Resurgence going to get rid of the Kalista as well as the set. So now the question remains, do you get rid of this Caitlyn, allow Blaze to pick it up? Blaze himself has had a rather good performance compared to what we saw during Game 1. I'd be a bit scared to see him on the Caitlyn if I was Resurgence, and it seems like they agree as they're not going to be letting that through here, as Imp now can look and try and secure what they want, maybe toward the jungle, or are they the ones that pick this Lucian and then try and flex it?
Yeah, Lucian bit flexible when it comes to playing the solo lanes or the bottom lane. Probably going to go towards mid for Shira. Honestly, I like it. I like that we're starting to see the Muramana kind of build come through as well, so it has some mid-game insurance rather than being that 2-item and then doomed. But honestly, all things considered, you do give the Graves over, you give pick up litter when it comes to solo laners, you even give Boxer with his 1-game 0% win rate Thresh, pick up the litter when it comes to supports.
Do see, though, Epic this time around will have his Graves once more, so something that he's comfortable on. Maybe playing a little bit more standard, not going to be seeing that Karthus come out immediately. do see, though, that the Zoe was left up and available for Raven, possibly. So we'll see if Resurgence like to go ahead and lock that in, and that seems to be the case.
So Zoe, the only benefit she has into Lucian is the fact that she can play a lane from a screen or two away. Lucian, of course, his criticism when taken to the bottom lane is that he has less range relative to other AD carries, even if his all-in is pretty beautiful. However, Lucian should still have a good lane stay early, should be able to push in that little bit more reliably, and that push potential unlocks some crazier junglers in Caspiel's pool.
There you go. You like the AD already being shown here? Well, we're not getting the Yone. We're going to get ourselves a Kha'Zix getting locked in here for Imp now in Game 3.
Caspiel. It's actually like double entendre there, because Spiel means play in German, so it's like Ka player at the same time.
That is also going to be an Ezreal getting locked in at Rids for Blaze. In response, it is going to be the Jhin getting locked in for Quake.
Yeah, that is not a bot lane. That is just chilling. That is literally dictated by supports. If the supports want to roam, just expect a farm lane. If the supports want to fight, maybe then we see some dueling. But otherwise, one hell of a lot of non-committal, chilling back, kind of taking pot shots at each other and hoping something lands.
So see here now, what do we want to see out of both of these squads? For Imp, maybe we get to see possibly a little bit of that magic damage come out of the top lane for Top King. You know, you did mention you'd maybe like to see this Vladimir if it is available, and for Imp, you're kind of lacking a bit overall, especially when you have an AD and a jungle doing the same thing as well alongside that Ezreal. So we'll see what their plan is going to be as the Pantheon banned out here by Imp, as well as the Leona from Resurgence.
Yeah, a lot of the all-in potential from the support role being taken away right here. Honestly, Arshi, they're going to save their counter pick for Shinsekai to avoid what happened in the last game, and that does mean we should see the likes of potentially a Bard just lock next rotation for Boxer. It was his pocket pick that he climbed the Korean solo queue ladder with, as we mentioned time and time again. But at the same time, bot lane is dictated by the support matchup, so it is going to be curious. Do they prioritize getting a winning bot side matchup, or is Jhin into Ezreal enough of that you can just blind pick support and then counter pick top, or do they prioritize getting a good support matchup and then just having Shinsekai get that favorable matchup now that his comfort Ornn is off of the board?
Looks like that's going to be the case, as the Thresh is going to get locked in here for Boxer once more, so we're going to get to see that once again, like we saw back in Game 2. Now for Imp, though, are they the ones that say, all right, you know what? Well, you wanna bring out a Thresh? We'll bring out the Blitzcrank here and cause some real havoc when it comes to these squads. And it also screams pick, especially when you have a Kha'Zix on your team. You can go ahead and instantly blow up that one member that gets picked off here by Smurf. Now, though, question becomes, what are we going to see for Top King likely now in toward the top lane? Or is it going to be a flex once more? Do we get to see this Vladimir, but a Vladimir that's blind?
Yeah, Vlad a little bit of flex here does give them a little bit more extra punch to their magic damage, which was, of course, only coming through from the Ezreal to begin with. I like Ezreal Blitzcrank as a lane, by the way, because even though Ezreal's all-in isn't spectacular, he can still hold his own 1v2 while the Blitz goes for a roam, and of course Blitz is that counterpick to the Thresh with the superior hook. Vlad I do want to touch on, but we'll talk about that in game once we see what it's facing off against.
All right, do we get to see kind of a matchup then? Is that's going to be the Rise getting locked in? So Shinsekai answering blow for blow here, it seems, up in this top lane to Top King's Vladimir.
This is Vlad versus Blue Vlad. They are good in the same matchups. They are bad in the same matchups. They are basically the same champion until they ramp up in terms of items. They chill out, they farm up, they, I guess, skirmish back and forth at times, but yeah, they're chilling.
Do see, though, for Imp, we'll see whether or not this is going to be enough. We get to see a Kha'Zix coming out here, which I'm pretty excited to see from Caspiel. We'll see how he's going to be able to do, but Epic himself, there's a lot of squishy members on Imp that this Graves, once you start to get a couple items for yourself, he'll be able to blow up a lot of these kind of squishy targets, and oh boy, Breeze, I got some bad news. It's the curse. I don't know what's going on tonight.
Is it the 9-minute remake again?
I think it is. I think from what I've been just told, it looks like there's been a rune bug for Shinsekai. Maybe he's got Ornn runes at the moment for Rise instead of what he was actually supposed to have. So it does look like we will be heading into a quick break. But before we do so, coming out of that draft, who are you kind of favoring when it comes here to Game 3?
I love Kha'Zix, I love that Pocket Vlad pick, but I guess I will still give the edge to RSG just because we have that Zoe for Raven. If Zoe can 1v9, if this Graves that was so good for Epic as well can help bolster that, maybe we see the mid-jungle of Resurgence just take over this game. I think we should pay careful attention to how top goes, because not only is top king, but also Shinsekai on a very hit-or-miss top lane champ in the Rise, really will be the redemption arc in full swing after a very disappointing Game 2 showing from the likes of the Resurgence top side.
Well, like you guys heard me mention, we are going to go ahead to a short break while we sort out the rune issue. When we come back, though, right into Game 3 between Imp and RSG. Stick around. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be getting into Game 3 quite shortly here between Resurgence and Impunity. Imp were able to tie up the series 1-1. Resurgence now kind of have to have that, troubling thought in the back of your head. What if we do lose out on this series? And that is a question that they're going to have to try now answer, especially now coming into Game 3. Never want to be on the back foot heading into that Game 4, especially in a best of 5.
Do you have 5 different vistas of Singapore at night?
Yes. I thought we established
Nice.
this. All right, I was very upset. We actually have the most B-roll of Singapore out of every city within the region, and it's just we didn't get to use it during playoffs, so I got to use it much as I can here. All right, Briz? Simple as that.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Acceptable.
It's a pretty
I was just taking that in.
Pretty
Place.
I love the architecture.
The mascot is the merlion, which is very cool. So
Yeah.
half mermaid, half lion.
Yeah.
Yep.
I always ask Fish about that. He's like, I don't really know what's going on there. But yeah, there's you can ask Fish quite a bit about Singapore. Fish, of course, being one of the former casters over when we were the LST last year. Now currently in Singapore.
Yes,
and
Sea-Tour.
And yes, the good old
Which is
days. The good
where
old days.
Ascension Gaming played that time when they had 4 Thai players plus Nixar, who they found on the ladder. That's still my favorite.
This is what
story.
happens when a Briz goes down his wiki random page hole and learns more and more about League of Legends, which I can't blame him. I'm kind of jealous, but I'm not jealous anymore because we're going to be getting into Game 3 here quite shortly. Imp going to be on your blue side, Resurgence on the red, as Imp look now to take the series by storm. If they're able to take home the victory here and try and take this to match point, let's see if Resurgence can bounce back after what was a rather tough Game 2.
Yeah, and just getting your heads back into this game. The draft was quite a while ago, but we have some very, very strong picks come through.
Please.
Caspiel with that Conqueror Kha'Zix. Oh, they're going to
Do
let
it.
the hook. Shinsekai. Are you already tilted? Why would you ward first? Just chuck out the Q. Go on.
If you're gonna hit him, you're gonna hit him. That's just gonna how it be. It doesn't matter who you have a ward.
Yeah, Caspiel doing his thing. Conqueror Kha'Zix, he likes his trades. And actually, Epic being very respectful, going for the flash rather than Ignite on the Graves, does mean he loses out on some of the all-in potential that could be traded right back. Of course, top lane to watch. Not only was it explosive last game, but we have some crazy pocket picks materializing there, plus a fairly hype matchup in mid, largely because Raven does look pretty good today.
Looks pretty good in most circumstances. We also saw when he was on the set was kind of one of those main things trying to keep Resurgence back in Game 2. We'll see how he's going to be able to do. Gets the Zoe, was banned out in the previous game. Was one of his kind of signature picks when it came to the PCS. And Shinsekai just trying to get a little bit of damage here. Gets a little bit of knowledge that Caspiel's starting on toward the top side of the map, so maybe we'll try and play a bit more aggressive into top kings to start things off.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Shinsekai started with W level 1. You saw that the rune prison, but less of a prison, more of a mild inconvenience now, because it doesn't snare unless you hit someone with another spell previously. Yeah, single target trading ability. Nice. You can just throw that out, walk into a bush. Very similar to what Vlad does. They Q, they walk into a bush to avoid minion aggro, then they walk back out. That is how these top lane mages do play, and that is how this top lane is gonna go.
In Smurf, you see him trying to fish for some hooks here. As was almost able to snipe back Quake there, threading the needle, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. The Resurgence are able to crash the wave down here and bot as Epic already pathing down toward his bot side of the map. Caspiel, a little bit of a slower clear, but nonetheless still hits that level 3 around 2.5 minutes. Now pathing down to try and maybe answer some of this aggression from Resurgence early.
I mean, we mentioned it being a slower clear, but consider that Caspiel got the full clear on one side, while the Krugs was just foregone entirely by Epic. What Epic isn't skipping, though, is this first gank.
Shira ends up pathing here, realizing, okay, this is not the place to be. Smokescreen's going to come on down. Caspiel can't do a whole lot, but neither can Epic, it seems, as he doesn't want to get too aggressive, as he does not know where that Kha'Zix actually lies within the jungle. And with that, Shira's actually playing this still rather aggressive, considering Epic was just shown.
Yeah, Lucian pick bans so far this series, granted it is a sample size of 2, really showing you why this pick is so strong. You have Perma Prio mid, you can then just facilitate your jungler for whatever kind of map movements he wants, or you can threaten a crazy 1v2 that Shera was maybe hoping to trend towards while that gank was materializing. Speaking of ganks though, not going to see one for the foreseeable future, instead just looking at farm junglers while we have 2v2s happening, bot.
Yeah, Smurf was trying to get a bit aggressive there, looking for a hook on Quake, but didn't even throw out the shot. That means Boxer gets a free death sentence and gets pretty much half of that Blitzcrank's health for free.
We'll take that. But speaking about taking health for free, Top King getting the receiving end of a lot of these trades and therefore finding himself down on CS, even if Shinsekai did get off a cheetah recall. Really, really good play from the RSG top laner, considering that, you know, he did have a rough time of it in the previous game, and so far, Shinsekai looking unfettered by the fact this is his do-or-die moment.
You did see, though, Caspiel actually able to path around that Tri-Brush ward. We'll see if Shinsekai remains aggressive. Meanwhile, Smurf, though, gets a free hook shot in, actually, and that's going to be Blaze going down low. Boxer, though, flashing on forward. And unfortunately, Smurf just has to watch as his carry goes down. It will be a trade, though. Smurf able to trade one back. Caspiel, a little bit of an awkward situation as Epic pathed up from the rest of the squad. Shinsekai, though, why are you getting so aggressive? Ends up going down low, able to get himself back to safety. Shocked that Top King just didn't try and go for the play over the wall. But that is going to be the flash down off this Rise.
Yes, some big plays coming out top, but I want to talk about bot because that...
Top King looking for the solo kill and is going to find it as he gets out of range. And now Epic actually in this 1v1. Top King, though, is going to get that Q engage here quite shortly. Going down low. Gets that level 6 off the minion. And should be able to get the Hemo Plague off. Epic going down low. Now Top King, he just flips it back. That's going to be a teleport, though, coming out from Shinsekai. And that's a teleport getting himself out of trouble as he's able to get to safety before Shinsekai can find the route.
Yeah, Rune Prison, not a snare anymore until you land the rest of your spells. Shinsekai opens with it, though. It can't finish in time, and this is action all the way down. Boxer's in mid.
Just able to get himself out of range of that paddle star. Let's take a look back to a bit of the action that took place here.
This was so dumb.
This
tilted me. This was Boxer flashing forward, expecting the AD carry to grab the lantern, but the communication sucks. Yeah. This is a mistake you expect from a bot lane that isn't the PCS bot lane. Classic Kha'Zix getting recall interrupted by Krugs. Beautiful. Shinsekai walking into him anyway, because... yeah. Not respecting Top King's all-in either. Top King misses the E, by the way. Flashes, misses the E. Hits the Q, though. Happy days.
And Epic can't really
And then, yeah,
kill
just
him.
kind of laughs at Epic.
And he got himself a solo kill in lane during the replay.
Top King! Top King! Top King!
Coming out big. And the top difference may be going to show here, as that's a free solo kill, as we'll take a look back on it.
What the hell happened?
Oh, Caspiel.
Oh, it wasn't the solo
It wasn't a solo kill, okay. But still. Yeah, Shinsekai can't really do anything at this point.
We were like, yeah, solo kill, not realizing that the Kha'Zix had the kill.
Resurgence
kind of rough
again,
time
though.
of things.
They've been able to do this where even that Imp are the ones starting to get the solo lanes going at times. They still are able to kind of gather their thoughts and at least control neutral objectives and even try and go for invades like this and maybe even a dive play if Shera's not careful.
Yeah, big fan of how that has played out now for Resurgence, where they trade back objectives willingly. It was the hallmark of their victory in Game 1, and it looks to be par for the course in Game 2. Issue being, this Vlad getting pretty big, this Kha'Zix off to a good start, and this Lucian holding down the Zoe. Maybe a little bit more... ooh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
Does he actually get the X to
Okay.
He does, okay. Not end of the world. Epic is actually up here, so it drags the Graves away from the rest of the map. Only real thing could be the Rift Herald in less than 30, but not the end of the world for Caspiel.
Feels bad. The red buff got claimed and then just dissipates off the face of the earth.
He was denying red buff from Epic. It works out.
Yeah, now he can get his own, get 6 off that, and then look for a play somewhere. Actually, big fan of the Deep Vision being promoted by RSG right now. Look at those pink wards. Look at that bot side jungle. Look at the attempted gank that will never happen.
Goes on in. True Shot Barrage coming out from Blaze, and that's going to be a dead Boxer as Blaze able to find his first kill of the game on this Ezreal.
IMP's bot lane showing up there. Getting the 2v2 solo kill, duo kill, whatever you want to call it. Just the isolated 2v2 kills in the straight up lane matchup. Something we definitely weren't expecting. Granted, the Blitzcrank is the counter to Thresh. It's still super promising to see from a rookie lineup we had all but counted out heading into the series.
So there you go. Meanwhile, though, Resurgence, Epic, with that Deep Vision, like you mentioned, that you like seeing from Resurgence, was able to spot out Caspiel and was going for his red buff. So, does mean Shelly, first one, going to be going in favor of Resurgence here in game 3.
Blaze, by the way, Blaze died in lane at like level 4, level 5. Even so, he gets his Sheen as his first item. None of this scaling tier nonsense. Instead, he goes to the aggressive trading, and that's why they pull that off. Speaking of pulling things off,
we're going to jump in. Hemoplay comes through, and Shensekai, he's going to get popped just like that as Top King able to finish off the kill. And Smurf also looking for the roam, and now this poor Ryze may have a slight CS advantage, but down now 3 deaths.
Yeah, Shinsekai pulled off the face of the map here. Not quite by the Blitzcrank, however, who does rotate up top. A little bit delayed. Rift Herald already gone by way of Epic. Epic as well. Very good control over the Drake. And honestly, Resurgence not in a terrible position, despite the fact this top lane is currently hemorrhaging resources.
Well,
no flash quite yet. Like 5 seconds on his flash, man.
Yeah.
This feels bad.
Yeah,
Bad.
Lee also looked like he used the Realm Warp earlier at some point. Maybe just get back into lane a little bit faster. But unfortunately, not having that means no real escape.
Wait.
Yeah, it's
this
on
team
cooldown.
has... No, but yeah, this team has like 4 of the 5 champions. This is 4 of the like 10 champions in the game that don't have any hard CC in their kit.
Yes.
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 Blitzcrank is the only way to interrupt the Realm Warp.
And that's all it's going to take. The flash hook to save the game.
Wow.
Where is the
Blitzcrank and a lot of damage. You could just kill the Ryze.
You can.
Also a possibility.
And good vision keeps this bot lane safe as Epic is pathing down. They are looking to try. I'd be very afraid if I was Blaze right now. But Caspiel is nearby. Does mean, though, Shelly should be able to get the charge off, and that will be the first break bonus. Going over to Resurgence, though it is split 3 ways. So not the most efficient way, but nonetheless, it's still going to be gold into Resurgence's back pocket.
Yeah, Resurgence now really hoping to trade back. Get Quake big, get Raven big, make sure that your carries that, as we mentioned, cannot be CC'd, because what CC do IMP have? Make sure they get big enough to pop off while the rest of your team just kind of soaks up damage left and right. Speaking of soaking damage, though, no one really tanky enough to weather the storm currently being pumped out by this formidable top jungle duo of Caspiel and Top King.
Yeah, Top King right now looking to set himself up nicely, especially once he gets that Protobell completed. Already has that 20% cooldown reduction. Shara, a little bit too aggressive here in the mid lane. Does have flash available. Epic tries to cut in front of the culling as Raven goes down low. There is going to be that Realm Warp, though, coming out from Shensekai. Shara does have flash available. Might try and get the solo kill off onto Raven before he goes down. But Epic able to get the kill off before the Zoe gets taken to... Oh, please. Oh, please.
Please,
oh,
please,
Smurf,
please,
he's
please.
looking for it.
Aww.
Raven, though, gets himself back to safety. Does have flash available. Caspiel, though, looking to pick up the first dragon for Imp as they are able to get Epic and Raven low.
Yeah, kind of sad. Would have loved to have seen Smurf just Hex Flash into that bush rather than randomly into the lane. End of the day, though, IMP pretty happy with that trade. They get a kill. Sorry, no, they trade a kill in exchange for the Drake. And that's okay. We take those. Because it denies that mid-game Dragon Soul win condition. Hopefully.
Hopefully is the key fact here. And Shara, give it to them. Close as they probably could have got there, unfortunately. Shinsekai cutting them back off. Raven,
look at that.
Needed that
Mwah.
extra damage from the passive, but wasn't able to get it off in time.
Only had 3 guns instead of 2.
Man. Do note, though, Top King now finishing off the Proto Belt. Is going to be feeling pretty happy at the moment. Going to have that level 2 also onto the ultimate of the Vladimir. Going to feel that spike.
You remember how I said these carries from RSG, if they get big, they can play freely. They can just... speaking of not playing freely,
I
let's
don't think
put that in a
Shensekai is
sec.
going to be able to play freely here at this point. As Shera, whoo, just gets out of range of the tower. And that's going to be the Lucian also picking up a kill
Raven?
here. As now Raven going down. Oh, Shera, what are you doing, Smurf? What was that? Is the question of the day, it seems here. Is now Raven going to go get aggressive, and he just gets taken down. It's a free kill to Blaze. And both teams just throwing themselves at each other at the enemy squad.
Yeah, that was fairly suspect, and I do want to touch on the fact, despite the fact we see a lack of CC on IMP, they have damage, and it means that Zoe plus Jhin can just get popped by this Vlad later on. He finds backline access with his Proto Belt, and he 1v5 murders this incredibly squishy RSG comp.
So now for Resurgence, so the ones that want to try and get stuff going here is we'll take a look back toward this top bot lane dive. Shensekai, not a whole lot he could do, was almost able to get the help of the turret to get the kill onto Shera, but just not the case.
Yeah, incredibly close. Raven was just low, I guess. And then, yeah.
He just puts down a bubble and just says, okay, thank you for the kill. And then he's like, you know, I feel like this kill can't go unanswered. Here, Blaze, have some help.
Yep. We had collateral damage for Epic there, so it meant that there was actually potential for follow-up from the Graves. He could just burst down the Ezreal if the Ezreal was low enough, but it wasn't the case. And here's that all-in from the Vlad we said was gonna come.
You can't escape Top King. Even with the extra flash there for Raven, it doesn't matter. And Top King now fully online, 3-0-1 on this Vladimir, and like you mentioned, may go unanswered here by RSG.
You say fully online, he has 1.5 items. This just gets even more difficult to deal with the longer the game goes on. This champion is gross, and if you don't shut him down early, if you feed him this hard early, it's doom!
Smurf, I like the idea. That would have been nasty. Goes for the blind hook, almost catches out Quake, but that is still going to be the second Rift Herald here for Imp.
Yeah, second Herald, not too big a deal, but maybe if you crack open mid lane tier 1, the pick opportunities for the Zoe are a little bit rougher to execute on. Shira!
Getting a little bit too aggressive. There you go. Final shot going to come out from Quake. True Shot Barrage is there. Shensekai also looking for the bit of a roam here, but they might just jump in immediately onto Shensekai. Caspiel says, thank you very much, but I need you to bring back my Rise. As Smurf almost costs Caspiel the kill. Blaze on the other side, able to get the poke down onto Epic, but they're able to shut down Smurf, as that's going to be Blitzcrank getting taken down here. Meanwhile, Top King had teleport that entire time, but decided bot lane is my new home. And Caspiel going to put down the Rift Herald mid.
He had no Hema Plague, he was doing his own thing. What's going on with Raven?
Just wants to try and stop this tower, but it's not going to happen as they have a Shelly, and there you go. Second tower for Imp.
Okay. I do want to actually, talk about the fact we have another big commitment from Imp on top, while their top laner is bot farming. Yeah. Again, just stop randomly engaging while the guy with all of your gold is on the opposite side of the map. This was a cool pickup. Get that and leave. 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 Oh, I guess you can't leave.
Like, Smurf can't really leave.
Yeah, fair.
He kind of gets tunneled
He's
into
trying.
a point where that W from Jhin is going to hit no matter what. There you go, though.
Honestly, though, if there ever was a champion that could go 0-5 in the early game and still not matter when it came to like 25 minutes, Ryze probably one of them. Still going to be a late game monster, you have to imagine. After having a monster early game. Yikes.
Sure, unfortunately, a little suspect when it comes to some of the positioning, even right there. Was pretty much within melee range of a Zoe once more, and needs to be a little bit more cautious. Epic, though, gets hooked on in, and there's that pick that we were talking about with this Blitzcrank. The Ignite isn't going to be enough. Yes, it will, as that is now no jungle on the side of RSG. Shensekai wants to step forward, but instead takes the Blasting Cone to safety. Top King is on top side, pushing in toward this wave. There is a ward down and toward this Dragon Pit, so if Resurgence try and go for this play, even without a jungle, they can easily get punished. Looks like, though, instead, want to try and get Prio mid, whilst Top King is going to get that push into toward the top lane tower.
Yeah, RSG looked kind of suspect there. It was kind of odd that they still control the area despite losing their jungler, and yet it's because Top King's just doing his own thing. He's pushing, he's chilling in Fog of War now. They're like, okay, maybe he TPs, we can't be this far forward,
Raven.
but they're overextending anyway.
Caspiel trying to go for it. Raven will be traded back. Shensekai trying to dive underneath the tower, but in comes Top King.
What?
And he says, no thank you. Sheriff finds the kill, and that's now Smurf able to get that Blitzcrank ultimate down. It's going to be the W landing in from Quake, but Boxer, Quake, you guys just need to get the heck out of dodge. Unfortunately, that Iceborne Gauntlet is going to find the slow. Boxer gets himself over to safety over the wall, and the Thresh will escape. But that should be True Shot Barrage finding its target as Boxer ends up walking back into the wave. And Imp find another scrappy fight in their favor and secure the first Ocean Drake of the game.
Yeah, actually pretty funny that ended up splitting the fight in a way that we got the isolated bot lane 2v2 again. And it again is IMP that come out ahead as Quake about to get the Raven up top treatment.
No. Quake can't do anything. In comes Shensekai, but Top King, he is royalty. You must kneel before this Vladimir. But maybe Smurf brought in a little bit too much. Top King, though, he's able to get the regen off the enhanced Q. Shensekai looking to hunt this one down. They're waiting for the cooldowns. In comes the damage. He dodges out the lateral damage. Top King, he gets it. And there you go. Shensekai gets taken down. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, my heart can't take it. I love promo relegation.
What were those comms? What were those comms? Like, okay, he W'd my QE combo.
Oh, Top King! He's trying to go for this again!
Okay, Ignite on Boxer. Ignite on Boxer, this should be death. This should be death. This should be death. This should be death. Should being the operative word. Raid.
No. How much are they going to use for this Vladimir? Top King's going to try and turn it back around. It's not going to happen. There you go. Shutdown going on over to Raven. Meanwhile, though, top side of the map, Imp going to go ahead and start off the Baron.
Yeah, really beautiful play from Top King there to kite it out, but is it enough to buy time? Probably not as Caspiel.
Oh, Caspiel going down low. Imp still want to commit to this. We'll see whether or not Quake is actually able to steal this one back. 3,000 health back on toward the Baron. Shensekai over the wall. That's a culling used by Shara. They're literally throwing the kitchen sink. And they're going to be able to steal it. No, Caspiel's able to find it, but at what cost? As now Smurf has to flash himself back to safety. Blaze gets himself back as well. Smurf. There's no tower there, but he's got the Baron enhanced recall. He says later, no death sentence will stop it. And this is one heck of a fiesta that I am all on board for, Briz.
Baron in Blaze's pocket. It is IMP that make the call. I'm happy to see that they actually did something with the time that their top laner was building for them. Really beautiful play from Top King. Breed, do his own thing. Rest of the team more than happy to shut down this Baron while the rest of the enemy team shut down their top laner. IMP though, they take some time to kill it despite their 280 carry comp because they don't have a tank. So damage kind of hampered versus the Baron itself. And then yeah, Smurf thought he was getting out.
Unfortunately, those minions give a little bit of vision. Shensekai knows where to aim. Speaking though, Top King, he went on that adventure for like 3 minutes in the bot lane just trying to kill people. And he now nets himself a Rabadon's completed on this Vladimir. So he thought there was bursts going to be coming out of this pick. It is now pretty much doubled in size.
The Rise has a bounty now.
Oh no. The 3-7 Rise has a bounty because he killed Top King. And now Shensekai, he's just going to get popped once more. And Top King, oh my god, the regen from this Vladimir. They're able to blow it up, but now Smurf, alongside Caspiel, should be able to find the kill. He almost pulls back Raven again. They trade back one more. Blaze on the flank with Shara. It's the flanking Lucian Ezreal. You never thought you could see it, but you have now. Flashing on forward, finds another kill, and Boxer gonna join his 80 carry as it's the ace for IMP.
IMP coming up huge. They shut down Shensekai again. 8 deaths on this Rise now, and the rest of the RSG lineup are swift to follow. Baron buff be damned. We don't need it to beat you because our top laner is 1v9. Top King, king of this game, king of this lane, king of this relegation tournament. And so far, looking a class above everybody else.
My
Look at that play.
poor heart can't take it much longer, Briz. This is the peak promo relegation action that I wanted to see. All right, we were kind of denied some of this split kind of action from our lower base C teams. They played a little bit more conservative. Imp, though, like we mentioned, they have nothing to lose, but Resurgence have everything, are now in a position to go down 2-1 in this best of 5, and the possibility of getting relegated very much in their future if these games continue to go Imp's favor.
Yeah, these are some long death timers, man. That being said, my observation aside, yeah. Really, really, really beautiful play coming through from IMP. This could very well be a 5-game series. Could also be a 4-game series, depending on how this one pans out. Game 3, feeling awfully a lot like a Game 5.
Oh, boy. Well, Imp, though, they still need to actually close out this game. And you even mentioned, in the previous games, they were able to find advantages, but we didn't get to see a whole lot be materialized outside of just maybe an extra dragon or two. Game 2, it kind of changed up. Caspiel gets himself to safety, had that Edge of Night. Shinsekai looking for a flank. He's in between two squads. He has
no flash.
Has no flash. Gets himself the round warp, though. Smurf not able to take him down immediately. Sherva needs to be careful. As now Resurgence able to find it. Top King, where is this Vladimir coming from the river? Here he comes. Can he actually find himself the multiple kills he's looking for? Protobelt's in, able to get the Hemo Plague. Boxer goes down low, but he's gonna pop right as he comes out. Top King gets himself back into stasis. Blaze Arcane shifts on forward immediately. Caspiel flashes forward himself, and Resurgence continue to fall like dominoes once more. Quake needs to kite back. He might get himself to safety, but the slow lands. The ace is there for IMP once more in Game 3.
Smurf threads the hook to seal the deal. Quake sent into the earth, sent into the dirt, and IMP are thriving versus RSG. This is not the Game 3 we expected. This is not the series we expected, and yet it is what we are getting. Top King late to the party, fashionably so, makes a statement, enters. Okay. Yeah. Vladimir, insane champ. I hate it. You draft squishies?
Imp does this.
Backline access.
We get to see like them doing a proper collapse here. They almost get Shinsekai. They get a good teleport here from Vlad. And then we get to see like glimpses of what we just saw with the dragon, where Caspiel jumps out the pit before it's even done. It's just messy, but Imp are making it work.
Yeah, this was just rough. This was, yeah, it's a bloodbath. We love it.
And
the
Vlad
sleep connects.
excels
The ignite
literally
procs the sleep, and he presses the stopwatch. I like that. I like the bloodbath Vlad pun you made. I'll acknowledge it, just this once. Oh man. RSG.
So, I need you to tell me, how does RSG win this at the moment? What do they need to do? Because now you're facing down Ocean Soul. Okay, Sheriff might just help him out.
Do this. They
just gonna help him. As Epic finds a free kill.
All right. Yeah, transition that pick and just buying more time. Hopefully steal away the Soul Drake, but we'll see. Honestly, they haven't lost an inhib yet, so it's not the end of the world. They don't need to dictate too much attention down bot. Vlad, while a decent split pusher, isn't quite the tower threat that an AD champ is, so not too terrifying. And now it's all about them setting up a good defensive vision line around these neutrals. You kind of do have to sack bot lane. I guess you can send Shinsekai to push. If he's holding the Vlad 1v1, it's more than fine.
See there, unfortunately. Top King is just gonna run after Shinsekai. Shinsekai, though, Realm Warp kind of provides him enough safety that he should be able to get out of this matchup when he needs to.
Yeah, as we mentioned, 0cc comp coming through from IMP here. Literally nobody but Blitz has hard CC in their kit. So, yeah, a little bit rough when it comes to actually shutting down the Ryze, Zoe, Jhin. RSG, they need a good Zoe bubble to open up this fight. They need to lock down Top King, chunk him out, make it so he can't have backline access. And Quake... Where has Quake been this game, Opal?
Quake's just been kind of farming away on this Ezreal. Or not, the Jhin. The Jhin, apologies.
Jhin.
I was thinking Blaze there for a second. I'm used to Quake being the one playing Ezreal. Caspiel. Oh boy, Caspiel.
Blaze is on fire this game.
Now 4-1-5. Has himself finished off his third item. Now also has that QSS, just in case he does get CC'd by anyone. Maybe a bubble from Raven. And that Ezreal is going to be quite hard to catch out. You mentioned, like, not a whole lot of hard CC on the side of him. Well, Resurgence, you really only have that Thresh, and then kind of a lot of, you could say, not immediate hard CC in the form of a Jhin, a Zoe, or a Ryze.
And bar the Ryze, all of those champions really excel at finding picks. You get the hook from the Thresh Q, you get the bubble, the Jhin snare, all of that good stuff. So I think the way back into this for RSG isn't to bash your head against the brick wall that is Vlad in these 5v5 skirmishes. Instead, look for a hook, look for a bubble, look for a pick, an isolated pick, and don't take the big game ending teamfights, which one may happen now. Top King got his TPs in the base.
He's in the base, but he decides to go down toward the bot lane. Meanwhile, Baron was taken by Imp. Resurgence just a little bit too late to the party, and Smurf just kind of acting as that barrier, saying, hey, if I really need to, I'll take the death, and we'll still have 4 Baron buffs on our side of the map. On top of that, we talk about Spikes, Top King, now finishing off his Spellbinder. Vladimir's got a bunch of movement speed, a bunch of burst, and even then, take a look toward your mid lane. You got Muramana fully stacked with that Essence Reaver as well as the Infinity Edge. Shura is able to crit like a monster. Raven gets the stopwatch off in time, but he gets himself to safety as Smurf's hook is just a little bit early.
Yeah, it's the, it looked cool. It looked like a beautiful Zoe lineup. Then you remember she has 2 items right now and doesn't actually do a whole lot of damage. But who does do a lot of damage is this Vlad who's in trouble.
Ooh, epic. Almost able to finish off the kill. Shinsekai getting a little bit too close to the party. I don't think you really want to mess with this, because look at this. Imp is taking the base. They say 3 members for a Vladimir. That's a great price to pay.
Wait.
For 2 inhibitors.
This is what happened when they chased the Aurelia last game.
This happened the exact same thing.
They just go to kill Top King. And the base dies.
And Top
Baron
King survives.
is here. Minions
he
are here.
Just joins in. And there you go. Shinsekai gets taken down. 310 Ryze won't do anything when you're dead. That's going to be the first Nexus Tower fallen. Shara gets a bit aggressive. That's par for the course. And now Resurgence face the true possibility of getting relegated by Impunity and losing their slot in the PCS if one more game goes Imp's favor as they take the series lead 2-1 over RSG.
And Impunity, with this victory, secure themselves a buffer win where they can pick Yone in Game 4. Yeah. Seriously though, really, really well impressed with how that one panned out. Beautiful Vlad play. We were hyping it up from start of Champ Select, back in Game 1 even. Saw it in the qualifier, haven't seen it quite so far today. Kind of an uncommon pick, but 1v9 for this guy, Top King. What a hero.
Top King living up to the name here, all right? Had a really good game in that mid lane during Game 2. Comes back to the top lane. Plays out the Vladimir, which we knew was kind of a pocket pick and was something that we did ask, you know, the Resurgence squad, you know, did you have something prepared for this Vladimir? They answered with the Ryze. It didn't work out. Caspiel just snowballed Top King via that top with the Kha'Zix. And I have to really now question, what is the mental of Resurgence looking like right now? This was a team that was rather confident coming into this matchup. Now
that should have been a 3-0.
It should have been a 3-0. Now you are
we predicted 3-0 for.
You're looking at being relegated from PCS and losing your slot in 2021.
Yep. And the man responsible will be Mr. Top King, who you're seeing on here. I seriously, like, I don't understand what the call is when they send 3-4 people to go attempt to kill Top King 2 games in a row while the base is being sieged by Baron.
I don't get it either. I don't get it either. But these are fights
Desperation.
It's desperation, it's comms, it's something, it's shot calling. There's a lot. And that is a common trend that we noted time and time again for Resurgence. This team, there were fundamentals that would often collapse, and Top King on a Vladimir is able to punish that heavily. 8-3-5 going to be your MVP here for Game 3.
And I really love seeing how aggressive this Ezreal from Blaze was again, because the bot lane, I feel like we did dirty in our predictions, because we said the bot lane's just going to be player gap, synergy gap, macro understanding gap, and yet so far the 2v2 has been insanely in favor of IMP. They've played it out well, maybe taking advantage of the fact that Box are not the most notorious of Thresh players, and honestly I've been super surprised by every member of this IMP lineup.
Yeah, I think there's still a little bit of there's a little bit of over-aggression, I think, from Shera in particular. We saw it a couple times so far during this series, especially this game, like dashing forward on the Lucian into 3 members of Resurgence trying to blow up Raven. It almost works, but a lot of the time that is usually the pick that goes over in favor of Resurgence, so I'd like to see him maybe take a step back. Maybe he's getting too much into the action, saying, oh, baby, we're almost qualified for PCS. Maybe, you know, the adrenaline is starting to kick in right now. You're getting into that bit of that hype moment, but let's see if Imp is actually able to close off this series, or can Resurgence reset themselves and bring out the Silver Scrapes for Game 5.
Yes.
Will they? Do you want to see a Game 5,
perhaps,
Riz?
Perhaps they will. Yeah, let's do it. I would say, nah, man, Swift 4 games, but not only do we get more games that way, but also, I'd feel bad if Resurgence got relegated.
Yikes.
Good people.
I see how it'd be. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. We will come back Game 4. We'll see whether or not Imp is able to relegate Resurgence and claim their PCS 2021 slot in the league, or can Resurgence bring it back to the Silver Scrapes and force a Game 5? Stick around.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
face off, disappear. I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, worm a blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못 찾아나. 애가 찾아나. You like whoa. 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해. Cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래. 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamond don't drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for Game 4. Imp very close to relegating Resurgence from the PCS in 2021. All it takes is one more Nexus to go down in their favor, and it seals the deal for Resurgence. So the question now becomes, can this team regain form, or is all hope lost? And, you know, Game 2 and 3, that was enough to kind of seal the deal, and maybe it's just a slow death here as we are going to get to immediately get into our champ select.
Yeah, match point, not really the pendulum swinging in the way we thought it would. IMP actually pushing RSG against the ropes, and that is after a Game 1 where RSG just convincingly closed it around the 25-minute mark. It looked kind of close in the early game, and then bam, they pulled the trigger, they turned on the switch, instant close from RSG in that game, only for IMP to bounce back not once, but twice now, potentially a third, as they eye that PCS 2021 spring slot.
Well, see here now, it is going to be Imp on your blue side. Resurgence have opted to take red once more to try and get what they could for a counter pick. We saw how that happened last game where they put Shensekai on the Rise matchup into the Vlad, so we'll see if they have another option in store. But for Imp, bans remaining the same. There is going to be that Lucian ban coming out from Resurgence saying, all right, Shara was still a bit of a nuisance, even though they were dashing directly into the middle of 3 members of Resurgence, but is enough to at least cause them enough chaos.
Yeah, I'm anticipating the red side Caitlyn ban, which means we'd see 3 AD carry bans come out of Resurgence here, and it does mean we are freeing up some of IMP's pools when it comes to the jungle, when it comes to the top lane, or when it comes just securing a comfortable blind pick mid, like that Zoe that was a hot point of contention between games 2 and 3 in particular.
We do see, though, Caitlyn being banned means the Vladimir is once again available. Do see, though, for Caspiel, looks like they wish to go ahead and take the Graves here as the first pick and try and get priority for the jungle here on the side of Imp with their first lock-in.
Yeah, completely understandable. It doesn't quite have the gank impact that Caspiel's come to kind of had attributed to himself, but it's still prominent when it comes to farming, does a fairly hefty chunk of damage to boot. My only concern is that Top King, Mechanical Beast, God on carries, not really a tank player, so it does mean we'll probably see a fairly squishy lineup start to materialize for the side of IMP.
Okay, we do see here, though, for Resurgence, they're going to say, all right, Epic, why don't you try and take out this Lilia and see how well it can pay off here, as it's going to get locked in. And for Quake, we could see him get his Senna, which he was able to perform rather well during the regular season, was known for some really clutch ultimates when Resurgence needed it. And we're getting some comfort picks, it seems, here on the side of Resurgence for Game 4.
Yeah, actually pleasantly surprised to see the Senna make a return, especially with the 3 AD bans that we just mentioned from Resurgence in that first phase. It leaves open the Ezreal that Blaze has been more than happy to default back onto, and also leaves open this Ashe that does kind of facilitate the pick kind of compositions that we are seeing a lot of these teams trend towards. Blaze I was pretty happy with in general when it came to his positioning overall. Granted, Game 1 did kind of end because he randomly decided to E forward at the mid lane inhib. But besides that, pretty happy. So yeah, the Ashe could very well just pop off.
With that too, they're also looking to pair that up with a Leona, and then you have a very strong level 6 kind of combo that's going to lock down one of these bot lane carries possibly on the side of Resurgence. So Quake going to have to be pretty careful once that gets hit and try and stay back. We'll see what Boxer looks to answer with him on the side of Resurgence, as now they are looking for their final pickup. Maybe opt for that set that Raven was able to perform rather well in even during that Game 2 loss.
The other thing is, I think a lot of people do sleep on the potential of Senna being a support nowadays. Yes, she is usually seen in the marksman position, but support Senna was top tier for quite some time, and still is if you can get the right matchups with it. That being said, I don't recommend taking it this time around, and would like to see probably a Tahm Kench, or even Boxer's kind of somewhat decent Thresh, just to add that extra layer of safety, because if you get tagged by the arrow or tagged by the solar flare at level 6, you are dead as Quake on this Senna.
We do see here, though, on the side of Resurgence, putting a little bit of respect over toward that Aurelia pickup that was shown by Top King during Game 2. Interested to see whether or not we're going to get that Vladimir as well, as that Jace is going to be banned out away from Shensekai /Raven.
So the Aurelia ban is actually the, yeah, there's the Vlad that you mentioned, but the Aurelia ban does signify that we will likely see Shinsekai or Raven take the set themselves towards that solo lane, and we should see likes of a Tahm Kench or a Thresh or something just that little bit safer when paired with the Senna in the bottom lane. I do like the set support, just not in this game, and therefore I'm pretty intrigued to see what RSG choose to round out this comp with. Not that. Not that.
Is this like the Hanabi special? Are we thinking a Vayne top possibly here? What's the call? Unless it's just a hover, and it may just be just that. Twisted Fate makes a little bit more sense, but now that does mean for Shinsekai or Boxer, it is going to be that set pickup.
Yeah, I am probably going to see that go towards Shinsekai just because they banned Aurelia, they banned Vlad, good matchups into set. And as we mentioned, you need something with a little bit more peel, a little bit more disengage when it comes to actually holding the Senna's hand through lane. I love Akali, fantastic champ, especially into these characters that do struggle to peel her off of them, but at the same time, a little bit slower to ramp up, and does mean that for the first time this series, we're seeing IMP and Castiel in particular have to navigate around a mid lane that won't have push, that won't have that guaranteed support for their junglers, Crazier invades, and it means that we will start to see IMP actually find themselves potentially in a game 1 scenario again.
We'll see here, though. Top King is going to be having that Wukong, so looking to specialize toward the team fights overall. So we'll still have that kind of impact. But for the side of Resurgence, this does mean it is going to be a set support. And then the Renekton being locked in here for Shinsekai to round out the composition.
So I mentioned Top King very much not a tank player. Like, you saw how standout his carry performances were. Why would you ever think about putting him on a tank? This Bruiser is about as close as he gets to it. I'm not a huge fan of it, especially into AP jungle, AP mid, blind pick for your top lane. But end of the day, it's not terrible. It has a solid matchup into Renekton. You can live through that. You can maybe hold the bot lane 1v2 later on as well, and you can dive on top of these immobile carries in the TF and the Senna and even the Lilia later on with the Cyclone, and really set up the Akali and Graves for a lot of success.
Yeah, but there is still that potentiality that, you know, if Raven's able to find himself a decent advantage or a decent push in, kind of what we have seen from a couple of the games so far in the series, it does unlock that Twisted Fate to try and go for some roams and maybe try and unlock the rest of Resurgence's squad and maybe get Shinsekai ahead. Maybe we get to finally see it with Renekton, but nonetheless, we are going to go ahead and get ourselves locked and loaded. Imp, one game away from relegating Resurgence out of the PCS and claiming their slot in 2021. Resurgence looking to bring this to a final Game 5 with a victory here over Imp as we load onto the Rift for the 4th time tonight. And back we are. Game 4. Resurgence facing pretty much down the barrel here as Imp are locked and loaded to take this series if they can find the victory here in Game 4. We've mentioned a couple times here for Resurgence, maybe it's the stress starting to set in on some of the players, why we're starting to see some misplays. But now I got to kind of ask for, on the side of Imp, do you get yourself maybe a little too hyped up in this scenario when you're one game away from qualifying for the PCS and you start making some of those misplays that we did start to see kind of leak through during the later portions of Game 3?
Yeah, this is all about momentum from here on out, and honestly, I'm pretty happy with the comp Imp are approaching with. Wukong goes in with the Cyclone. Graves, yeah, he kind of follows up on that. Akali, Ashe, Leona, it's all about the hard engage, push R, dive in, get in that backline, and blow up a team fight. If you are going in with confidence, they should give RSG no quarter, no room to breathe, and they should handily dispatch our established PCS org here if the game goes similarly to the previous to this series.
I should see here, though, Boxer obviously on a little bit of a different pickup this time around on the set, which we did mention that RSG were looking good. Boxer getting pretty aggressive here.
Ignite.
Smurf, though, is just going to turn it back around. Ignite's going to start ticking. It's going to be Blaze now looking to fight back. Quake is going to be forced to at least cleanse. Does he have to flash out himself? Blaze could easily go for the play, but doesn't want to try and flash into the middle of the minions and get just bursted down immediately. But heavy aggression coming out here from Boxer ends up getting turned back by Imp.
Yeah, Senna heal, from the Q is a little bit aggressive. Senna cleanse from the Summoner spell is the big disengage there, though. Used on a Leona stun at level 1, kind of clumsy, means you have no safety from that level 2 all-in. And Boxer, he ignites early to get the Nimbus Cloak to hopefully close the distance, doesn't respect the fact that the distance is indeed being closed on him. Epic, though, may be struggling a bit when it comes to clearing here, especially if this ward does reveal him. Can smite for a little bit of health, but the Lilia, she likes having winning lanes to play around, and unfortunately, she's playing around the one lane that isn't winning. Well, I say that. Renekton should win, but what is this, Shinsekai? Why is he hugging tower?
Yeah,
He's Renekton!
Shinsekai at the moment isn't necessarily having himself a good lane here at Briz. We haven't really touched on it because we haven't seen it, but Top King's gonna get like one of those, like we mentioned, cheater recalls in, it seems like, here on the Wukong, as he'll just head on back to base, and I don't really know what he's looking to pick up. Caspiel, though, looking to pick up quick pickup on the Deer. Epic's forced to, well, he doesn't even have to flash, as Caspiel getting a little too aggressive there. But
Yeah,
I like the
Caspiel
idea. Meanwhile, bot lane.
Caspiel actually foregoing his red buff there to get that aggressive invade, chase out the enemy jungler, and open up an aggressive opportunity for his bot lane to hard engage. I do want to touch back on this top lane matchup, though, because yes, while the Renekton is being put through the ringer...
Aggressive play coming out here. Smurf getting a little bit too far forward. Boxer able to bait out the flash as now Blaze has to get himself back to safety. Quake, though, gets stunned up, but he'll flash on forward. It's the first blood in the mid lane, in the bot lane, but now teleport going to be used. Shera going to rejoin in to the fight as he is the Akali. Quake needs to finish off this kill.
No.
Does he get in range? Yes, he does, but it does give a kill on over to this Akali.
Yeah, 1 kill on Akali, probably about as worth as the 2 kills on the Senna. Off to a good start for the IMP mid laner, but finally, we see the 2v2 for what feels like the first time this series go in favor of that PCS established organization. Resurgence, their bot lane, finds the engage. They find the counter, and they find the commitment. Presence of mind did so much work for Quake there. Empty mana bar, suddenly full, suddenly enough to deal with this Leona's last slither of health, but unfortunately, Akali now one step closer to 1v9 territory.
It does mean, though, that Raven gets that free push in, but getting a quick roam before that level 6 is even available for Raven.
Blaze is mid.
Yeah, Blaze is just soaking up what he can, all right? Well, Top King in the top lane going to go up here against Shinsekai, and Shinsekai has been able to kind of recover a little bit in this matchup, but Top King, God, does not give any room for Shinsekai to breathe.
So 2 things here. One was that I wanted to touch on the fact that Renekton should win this matchup after level 3 once he gets a couple of ranks and extra abilities, and Wukong, best level 2 in the game of any melee duelist, but arguably worst level 3 because, yeah, it's not really a combat attribute, just the clone, decoy, nice, cool, you get some extra disengage, but it's not that raw, on-demand, instant all-in power. But I do want to touch on the all-in power of the Wukong!
Top King, though, he did get that clone out just in time to get him to safety. Shinsekai, though, he doesn't have that stun up for a little bit here. Caspiel's looking to make a play, but he is caught out on a ward. You
Raven
saw
fishing
Raven,
for R.
He tried, but Shera could actually I don't know. Can you interrupt that now with the Akali? I thought they removed the mini stun.
Yeah, the mini stun's actually removed. So,
but it doesn't matter.
Could just kill him.
If Top King just goes to look for the play, it's going to be the Q. Oh, no, flashing up forward. Able to get the kill with the extra little bit of move speed to get him out of range of the tower.
Fairly questionable execution there, but a good trade back by RSG to rotate for this Drake. IMP, they make that hard commit. Hopefully it pays off. Hopefully this is enough to get Top King rolling, because they lost the Drake for that. They push RSG one step closer towards that 20-odd minute Dragon Soul comfort zone that this team seems to default to so far this series. Shinsekai, a little bit disrespectful here. The ward actually doesn't reveal the bush. That sucks.
Oh.
That really sucks.
Oh.
That really, really, really sucks.
That's tragic. That's extremely tragic. That just is a summary of the season here for Resurgence. But a little bit of an engage coming out of the ball lane, but in comes Top King. Does not have the Cyclone available, trying to finish off the kill. Boxer will fall as Raven gets himself back to safety. It will be the 1-for-1 though, as Blaze once again gets taken down here. Now 0-2. Quake now 3-1-0 on the Senna.
Yeah, tremendous pickup by RSG there, because I'd trade my support for the enemy AD carry any day of the week. Difference being that Blaze does have TP if he wants to come for this. Would be a little bit overzealous considering everybody else is resetting. But really good use of that initial TFR, very successful. And it does kind of set a good precedent for the rest of the game for RSG if they can continue to fight in these windows where they are just that little bit stronger. I was actually touching on the Wukong trading patterns into Renekton prior to that, but again, more action around this Wukong.
Top King. Oh, he was actually able to do it! He gets himself back to safety! Shera almost able to finish off the kill on Epic as he baited out the clone. Are you serious, RSG? That's the oldest trick in the book, and it cost them 2 kills!
Hold S and sit there. Hold S, your character just freezes like a clone, like a decoy, and like a winning power play. Because of that pick, they get 2 kills, they get the Rift Herald, they get a huge swing of momentum. IMP. I wanted to talk about the Wukong. He all into you. He has attack speed bonuses granted by a successful connection on the E, armor shred on the Q, Conqueror stacks. His all-in is beautiful. Doesn't even need the all-in here. Just in, out, dips, kills, does his thing, jukes so hard, and gets RSG out of there.
How big? It's Top King's brain, because oh my lord.
That was almost 3 kills, by the way. Epic 10 health.
Yeah, Epic 10 health. RSG just got played like a fiddle. Does allow him to actually secure
or like
Rift
a
Herald.
Wukong.
Or a Wukong. Resurgence, though, still have that slight gold lead overall, though, by about 1,000. But getting another kill to this Akali, a little bit scarier. Raven, we haven't been able to see him roam a whole lot, is trying to look for it as he has been able to at least build up this CS lead. But we're getting to that point that Akali isn't going to care how much CS you have if she can start bursting you down once she has items.
Yeah, incredibly troubling that the Akali was the recipient of a lot of this gold. Does mean she's one step closer towards Hextech Gunblade, and as you said, one-shotting your backline kind of territory. Senna, doesn't matter how fed she gets, she's always incredibly squishy. Glacial Augment as well suggests we won't see the Frozen Mallet for that extra health. Instead, it's Mana Moon into lethality. That is one combo from Akali away from certain doom for Quake.
Epic, meanwhile, also going to get spotted out there by Hawkshot, so they have an idea where Epic is on the map. That allows Smurf to feel confident, goes up into the river, able to clear out the control ward, and maybe we can start looking for possible play here as, unfortunately, top lane, Top King, is starting to fall a little bit behind in the CS department, but he's able to make out plays like we just saw, as well as be that nuisance during team fights. It's not really a major concern at the moment here for him.
Okay, I do actually just want to touch on how Resurgence navigate this game from here on out. Essentially, you never want to 5v5 against this beautiful hard engage, all-in, kind of in-your-face 5v5 comp, and it does mean we will see Resurgence probably just send TF to a side lane, this Renekton who's building Blade for the 1v1 to a side lane, and then just kind of float everybody else around, clearing waves where possible, chucking out Dawning Shadow to turn a 1v1 where possible, or even coordinating a big dive bot now.
That's going to be 5 members of Resurgence down toward this bot lane. Shera trying to turn this one on back. It's going to be Smurf getting taken down low. Shera, though, able to find the kill as Boxer gets taken down. Zenith Blade tries to get him back to safety underneath the tower. It's not going to happen. Meanwhile, though, top lane, they decide to pop the Rift Herald, and they're going to try and burst down this tower before Resurgence can take the first brick down in bot lane.
Resurgence need to get a Drake off of this to make the trade worth it. They lose first tower for another commitment there. Yes, they get the 2 kills onto the bot lane, but the Akali picks up a kill. Wukong gets a ton of gold. Graves gets a sizable chunk in his inventory too. And suddenly IMP. It doesn't matter what sorry state your bot lane is in. This is a topside focused team. And this is a team that is currently running Resurgence around the map.
Yeah, because what we're going to really see out of this comp is this bot lane is pretty much here for the CC and a little bit of extra damage. But if Shera can find plays like this where he's able to find these low health targets off the cleanup of a fight, this Akali is going to be a massive monster into the late game, and then you still have to deal with that Wukong with the double knockups in team fights.
And here's where I'm super intrigued. This comp from IMP has a ton of hard engage that we said right at the start of this game. It's just press R, go. But if they do that poorly, if they pick their windows at inopportune moments, if they make the commitments they made in Game 3 and Game 2 when they were winning, where they just hard engage while Top King's on the other side of the map, while Shera's off in a side lane with no TP, they could easily throw this lead that they've built for themselves. But right now, IMP, comp-wise, execution-wise, they seem to be in a pretty great position overall.
And with that too, you got that first brick gold over onto the Wukong. Top King's also been able to recover in the CS department against Shinsekai so far, and Shinsekai isn't really hitting anything right now. He wants to go into this Bork, but got the double Dorans, as you're going to have Trinity Force likely online before even that Bork's completed by Shinsekai.
Yeah, and for a champion that's all about luck of the draw in the TF, Raven drawing the short straw there, as he is the one chosen to match Shera in a side lane. 3-0-1 for this Akali. Every squishy's a little bit scared. Shinsekai being a little bit cheeky here, but will he get punished for it? Probably not as much as you'd expect.
Yeah, Caspiel unfortunately can't really lock down Renekton, and also Top King didn't actually know that that vision was laid down, so wasn't looking to try and cause a fight to break out. Meanwhile, though, the bot lane has become the mid lane, and vice versa, like you mentioned with that swap. And unfortunately for Raven, it gets the short end of the stick, like you said, as it's going to be up against Shera that, like we mentioned, already has first item now complete. 3-0-1. Shinsekai might get dove if he's not careful, especially when he shows like this, as Top King, Caspiel, and Smurf looking for that play. Dominus already popped. First cyclone comes out. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. That ultimate was there, but it wasn't enough damage. Raven now going to try and turn this one back. Caspiel just walks forward and says, I dare you. And that sends Raven running back. Shinsekai gets taken down.
Very close to the attempted turnaround there coming through from Shinsekai. Credit to him for not being a coward, not running away, not disengaging, instead just choosing to fight there as he is collapsed upon. Can't get out, can't really do much, and honestly, what can RSG do while their top laner draws all of that attention? Answer is, not a whole lot of anything, as Drake isn't up for 2 minutes, second Herald not quite spawned yet, and Towers, standing gold, still relatively untouched from the side of Resurgence.
So some standing gold still to be claimed. For them, they were able to at least take the first 2 dragons of the game, but now that the map is kind of, broken apart from the lane phase that we're used and accustomed to, Top King going to always be toward the bot side of the map while he has teleported up. And now Imp could actually start locking down some dragons for themselves. You also see from Caspiel gone for the Glaive, so looking to try and deny some vision away from Resurgence, which had been kind of a benefit to them during what we saw during the first game and second game. Now denying that makes it very difficult for Shinsekai to maybe even find those big flanks.
Yeah, and with that vision denial, it opens up more opportunities for you to find Ash Arrows, Leona Solar Flares, big rotations bot lane because Top King's doing his own thing, Shinsekai cosplay from the IMP top laner.
Yeah, unfortunately Top King gonna get taken down likely here, ends up going into sleep. The Watch Out Eat gets a decent amount of damage, tries to go for the kill on Epic. Epic, though, has to secure. And there you go. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, is gonna be pushed in, but Quake and Shinsekai are there to answer. And Imp can't really find anything else on the map outside of this Rift Herald that was available. They were unsure if they really wanted to go for it, but showing 2-3 members down bot from Resurgence is enough to give them confidence.
Yeah, Wukong on Triforce is about 1.5 champions on the map worth of value just because he's super, super strong on that spike. So essentially, you've traded that off the map for 40 seconds in exchange for second Herald. Really need to utilize that effectively, like with this crashing top wave that the entirety of RSG seem to have just neglected. Caspiel, do you want to go for it? Maybe.
Instead, maybe look for a collapse here, as there are some pings coming out. We also see Top King looking to roam down. Maybe just want to try and go for a play on the bot side of the map if Raven and Shinsekai Well, there's no real tower to try
Drake.
and burst in. They just say, all right, Drake is more of a priority. We do not wish to give over Mountain Soul, and they want to try and deny that kind of win condition from coming online early. Shensekai was a very early... Oh, Shura, what are you doing? Getting a little bit too crazy as he's going to get shut down immediately. Some decent damage, though. Epic able to get himself back to safety. Ignite ticking away. Will be able to survive. Blaze has to flash over the wall. He'll get taken down, and that is a massive misplay coming out here from Imp that ends up costing them dearly, as Capsule will fall, and Resurgence should find themselves their third dragon of the game.
And this is the downside of the press R go in comp, because if they overextend, if one member gets a little bit overzealous, in this case Shira, everything falls apart. You blow everything way too early, and it just doesn't look good. Whereas the layering, the Solar Flare was so nice, the Akali backflip was super random, super bad, and RSG are more than happy with how this team fight panned out. Epic surviving with a sliver of health was a cherry on top of that awful, awful cake for IMP, and suddenly that big bad lead, that big bad composition had made for itself, it just goes out the window.
Yeah, I could literally hear our Thai broadcasters in the studio next to me actually, like, moan in pain after they saw that quick backflip coming out from Shira. So a bit of a misplay, maybe a little ambitious. And on top of that, too, Blaze not having as nearly as good games as we have seen earlier on during the series. Now 0-4, unfortunately, as that's a teleport going where exactly? That's a teleport
Caspiel?
going to top lane. Caspiel almost able to finish off, but Epic, he's dancing around. He's too fast. And he gets himself back to safety as Raven comes back. Meanwhile, bot lane is going to be taken here by Shira.
And the Lilia prances out the collateral damage. That is not a feels good man for Caspiel. Really, really rough execution on that. Nearly gets the all-in. Credit to him, but unfortunately unable to finally capitalize on that one. RSG, they make a big commitment. They get a free pick. What can IMP do with that? Cool, they get a turret's worth of gold back into the pocket of... wait, what? What happened top lane? Who was TPing to the...
That was Shensekai. That was what Shensekai was teleporting to. That got denied by the Solar Flare. They're looking to dive top king,
Beautiful.
and then they were like, wait a sec, I guess we'll just kill Caspiel.
Nice. Altogether, very good execution by RSG to pick that one up. End of the day, though, Imp, as we said, their comp just kind of falling apart now. They have a really simple to execute. Run at them, 5v5, all of that beautiful thing. But when RSG are tethering them around the map, playing the side lanes, unlocking them, threatening the Dawning Shadow, Epic from middle of nowhere, Boxer rotating around, all that good stuff, RSG really, really do have a formidable composition and could very well push this to a game 5, provided they don't just randomly 5v5 in an inopportune position.
We do see here, though, that Imp are going to be able to at least knock down this first tier tower in mid lane, and that does kind of give them a little bit priority into the midsection of the map at the very least, so they could try and get some vision down and try and deny some of these roams that have been coming out from Raven and the rest of the squad. Top King himself needs to be a little bit careful himself on this Wukong. Does look like, though, it's going to be a quick reset as Raven pushes top lane.
And the reason I sounded so annoyed when I said right there was because why didn't that Herald power play just come through when they were contesting Drake? Just pop Herald mid and then rotate to Drake, instead of taking that coin flip team fight that ended with the Akali 1v5 dying and then everything else just falling apart, the Thika falling apart.
Oh, no.
Caspiel!
He's got nowhere to run. The Globals coming through for Resurgence with Raven teleporting in and the Dawning Shadow from Quake. That's going to be no jungle available for Imp, as the Baron is going to be started here by Resurgence. Imp, we'll see if they try and make a play here, but Resurgence currently with a 4,000 gold lead in items online. Raven 14 stacks on the Magi's. Boxer with a flank opportunity could look to try and take down Boxer, as well as the rest of the squad. Hex Flash over to Ward. They're going to go ahead, use that Showstopper immediately. In goes Epic, though, going down low. Shara tries to get the kill, and they'll find it. Quake, Blaze, the rest of the squad, they're untouched at this point. Raven goes down low, and Imp off Shara's heels are able to find two members. Smurf goes back on in, able to find the backflip, and this Akali is carrying back the fight.
IMP! Their comp runs at you, gets on you, and doesn't let go. Once they're on top of the squishy backline, they find their marks. 5-point strike. Everything from this Akali just ringing true, hitting home, getting onto those priority targets, and Blaze carried to safety by RSG's engage. The fight, the catalyst to that fight was chucking the Ashe out of any kind of threat. Savior of this composition.
And you also just
RSG.
see Top King, even though he's behind, as long as he still has that damn Cyclone, he is a nuisance. Between him and Shara, they're able to pull back a fight, and now that Akali is pretty close to one-shot range of these squishy members with a 5-1-2 scoreline.
Senna is one-shot range. TF a little bit bulkier because of Rod of Ages, but this Senna is doomed. Much like these two might be.
Epic gets himself back over to safety. Raven going to get knocked up. Meanwhile, Shara in the mid lane could try and go for one-shots. Unfortunately, needs to follow up with the team. Now Shitsky on the roam themselves. Top King, though, able to get himself back over to safety. Smurf going to get slowed down. And Resurgence are able to find themselves a quick pick ahead of this Soul Point Dragon. We'll see if Caspiel gets here in time. Needs to look for a steal, or else this could be game, set, match. Blaze, though, arrow coming in. Gonna land onto Quake. It's a reset of the Dragon over the wall. Caspiel and Top King are fighting it on back. Shitsky is able to take down Caspiel, but now into that 1v1 within the pit. It's gonna be Soul secured by Resurgence, and Blaze and Smurf, they got nowhere left to run as Quake is able to find himself a double kill on the Senna.
And I neglected to mention the utility of this TF when it comes to the team fights. Yes, he's the side lane king, but also you pop R, suddenly that W from the Akali, one hell of a lot less effective. You find her, you shut her down. Shira cannot play the game, and even if these picks look so good, even if 2 flashes got blown and the collateral damage did go wide again, it's still not good enough of a fight for IMP to secure, and they just end up falling around their mid laner. Live and die by this Akali.
And it gets kind of tragic now. You've given up this Mountain Soul, which kind of alleviates some of the difficulties that Resurgence could face with some of these members getting squishy, getting blown up, having those extra resistances, as well as that extra little bit of shielding before a fight begins. Makes this Akali's life not all that pretty, and Resurgence bring it back even after Imp are able to find some fights in their favor and are looking to try and tie up this series and force Game 5.
And I said Imp, they live and die by this Akali, but Resurgence, their comp was all about playing for the map, rotating, picking and choosing their fights appropriately. And yes, we had that Baron area kind of fumble, but in the end, it doesn't matter. They get the soul, they get a new lease on life, a new foot back in the door of this game, and they potentially get themselves to a Game 5 and are going to be able to contest their slot for next year.
Still need to finish off the game, though. That's been an issue before with Resurgence, so let's not count out Imp just yet when it comes to the potentiality of trying to close out this series here and now. Blaze, unfortunately, not having a great game here at the moment on this Ashe. Has been caught out a couple times. This is very much, though, a comp that says your back line is just not fun, and you
bye Ashe. Enjoy the game while everybody else dives forward.
Exactly. It's very much the Blaze kind of gets left behind, and he hopes he got an ultimate off before he gets doped.
Yeah. Honestly, thinking about it, I think everybody is pulling their weight on the side of IMP. The only real reservation I have is that these solo laners that are kind of winning the fights, they're also kind of losing the fights that are losses just because they get a bit overzealous, they get kind of split off, they get picked off, especially Shira on this Akali. This Akali is so big, was so big consistently, and has been the kind of linchpin of this composition's strengths when it comes to these heavily executed 5v5 commitments. And yet, so far in this game, we've just seen 2 deaths randomly that have both happened around very, very key Drake fights that ultimately ended up with RSG taking the soul, and not a whole lot of capitalization, because consider that 3 or 4 of those kills happened in the first 15 minutes. It means we've only seen 1 extra kill go into Shira's pocket in the past 11 minutes of this game.
Do note too, though, for Resurgence, Raven was looking to get close to 20 stacks onto that Mage Eyes. Did get taken down in the previous fight, but I'm more paying attention now to that rapid fire cannon that's been completed. It's going to be very difficult for Imp to really get in range of him, and it's going to be near impossible to try and run away from Raven at this point if Imp are looking to try and disengage.
Yeah, definitely do consider that. Raven, if he decides to fight, will definitely find his mark. And I guess that's where Blaze is like, okay, maybe I can be useful if the TF decides to target me. Even got a QSS just in case a stray gold card finds its mark. But funny you should mention stacks on the Medjais, by the way, because there's another stack I want to talk about, and that's Senna currently at 48. You usually like 60 by the 30-odd minute mark to really navigate these team fights reliably, and that's where we'll start to see Quake really be the turning point for Resurgence. Can he stay alive against Wukong, Leona, Akali? That is another question entirely, but if he can navigate it appropriately, expect the marksman of Resurgence to really be the difference maker here.
Well, you do see Quake has Flash, has Cleanse available, as well as that Edge of Night for the safety. So it's not all that bad, especially 8-1-5. It's a pretty good game so far here for Quake. He's been a massive threat when it comes to the Senna when we've seen him play well on the champion. Now, though...
I am a little bit underwhelmed by the set so far from Boxer, however, because this is a champion that has been first pickable, bannable, 90-odd% of games, if not more than that. And yet, so far this game, it feels like more of a takeaway rather than, you know, just a power pick. A matter of circumstance that ended up in the bot lane, sure, but honestly, haven't really seen too much. Maybe Boxer makes a hero play now, but otherwise RSG really banking on the TF and the Senna to pull the slack of the rest of the team.
Well, if Top King is caught out toward this side here, as that's going to be Yomo's being just popped in by Quake. He can juke.
Juke it.
We saw him juke it before. But the quick rotation coming out from Resurgence should net them this tower, as Imp are a little bit late to the party here to defend this. And there you go, tower taken. 15 seconds on the Elder Drake for Resurgence. Imp, though, able to get a little bit of pressure down toward the bot side. Or toward the top side at the very least. But Shira does have teleport to rejoin in. Elder for Resurgence looks to be the play. Twisted Fate ultimate being popped. Just wants to see where the rest of the squad is. We're seeing a very late teleport attempt, but the actual fight is going to break out. Over the wall they go, trying to dive into that backline. Blaze able to get himself back to safety. Shira onto the backside is immediately just going to get instantly exhausted as Top King can't find it. Shira able to get the damage. They take him down low. Raven going down low himself. Top King! It's not enough. Top King gets a double. But unfortunately, it's just Smurf remaining, and it's 3 members still strong for Resurgence onto the Elder.
And it looked promising for Imp there. They nearly turned that around, and yet RSG, they're too bulky. They have the Mountain Soul. They have the front line. They have a lot of health between them. And once Akali and Wukong used all of their cooldowns to knock down this Senna, it's done. The fight is done. The damage isn't there for IMP to knock down these big, beefy frontliners, and the damage certainly isn't there for them to win this team fight and stop this Elder Dragon coming through.
Yeah, for me, it just kind of felt like that we should have maybe saw that teleport from Shira a little bit earlier. It felt like that this was very much a play that was going in favor of RSG, and in the end it was, as Epic is able to just cause a nuisance. We saw Boxer finally get into that backline. Poor Blaze just says, okay, bye team, I guess I don't get any more help. And unfortunately Top King, at this point, too far behind it seems. And that's going to be the double kill to Shinsekai. And now, for Resurgence, looking to end off this game with one more good team fight into possibly a Baron while they have Elder available.
Top King actually smurfed that fight, by the way. He used the Cyclone to interrupt the RSG frontline, who flashed over the wall. Set and, I believe, Lilia came in aggressively. And then he also found backline access in tandem with the Akali. The solo laners for Imp can still pull this back. The issue is, how do they get there? How do they get into these fights, especially with them scattered around the map as they are currently?
So there we are. Baron now secured. And a decent wave in the top side of the map should net this team damage onto the inhibitor tower after taking the second tier here. We'll see if Imp make their stand at the choke point of their base, or will Resurgence just continue to push on through? Shensekai also going to get a bit of a push there in the mid lane as well himself. Top King is nearby. Castle has to go back to safety though with that seedling connecting. And there you go. RSG cracking open the inhibitor of Imp in the top side of the map. It may be looking for more. Blaze going to get caught out with that sleep being a possibility from Epic. Decides not to push it. Resurgence are just walking this in at this point. Imp at some point needs to pull the trigger if they wish to defend their base, or Resurgence will just walk it back and look to force those silver scrapes. 2 inhibitors down. Imp make the play. Top King just goes into that stop formation. Raven pops the ultimate though. He can see it. Arrow lands onto Raven, trying to go for the play on the backline. Top King, but he can't find a damn knockup on the Wukong. Gets 2, but meanwhile Boxer able to interrupt. Shera tries to go into the backline, gets the execution, but not enough. And with that, Resurgence force game 5.
Elder Dragon finally falls off 3 seconds before that game ends, and that was what IMP were waiting for. They were waiting for the big execute to be out of the picture before they turn that game around, and yet it's too little too late. By the time they pick and choose their fight to take, the game is done, the deal is sealed, and Resurgence pushed this to a game 5.
Able to recuperate a little bit of what they had lost in the previous 2 games, and now in looking at this, they're like, okay, we were 1 game away from qualifying here for PCS 2021. Now you're at the breaking point where 1 final game is going to decide whether or not you either stay in the league or you get kicked out.
I am very intrigued to see who gets MVP after that one, because, well, I assume it will go to Quake on Senna, because Senna, good KDA, did a lot of work. You know,
Quake did his job, and that's kind of what the team really needed of him. We also didn't get to see as much as a punishment get thrown towards Shensekai, especially with this Renekton being that last pickup on Red side. You know, has that infamous little bit of a question of whether or not that's the right pick to go for. It did just fine actually on the champion, wasn't necessarily popping off, but the rest of the team was able to pull through. Raven had a really good game on this Twisted Fate as well, and unfortunately, you know, Shera and Top King just weren't able to do enough with the tools that they had.
Yeah, and we had our question marks around certain members of RSG, in particular their top side, about potential tilt after games 2 and 3. This is time for IMP to maybe feel that, because Top King did his best to win that game for the team, couldn't. And the Akali coming out of Shera just single-handedly losing some of these fights, actually, through just being a bit too overzealous, being a little bit too forthcoming when it came to fishing for the engages. And instead, you just see the later fights, the Akali sits back, joins the fights a little bit late. There's one of 2 extremes. You need to find that sweet spot in the middle where you can be super aggressive, but not completely in.
So there you are. Quake is going to be your MVP, 8-10. When it comes to the scoreline on this Senna. And now, for Resurgence, they're able to bring back this series, get it down to match point in this game 5. And now for Imp, it's a question of, all right, how do you fare now in a stressful situation when you were so close to qualifying for next year's PCS?
To be fair, I think both of these teams are in a stressful situation. But yeah, definitely backs against the wall for both of them. Could see some crazy picks, Yone, or could just see them run it back with another simple to execute comp. I like the hard engage, I like the early aggression, transition it a little bit better, and maybe we see a game closed without the need for an Elder Dragon.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Cue the Silver Scrapes, because we're heading into game 5 after a short break. We'll see who's going to be qualifying for PCS 2021.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Lady face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리우드도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. It'll light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Nothing don't drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. Crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to say. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mad. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
A beautiful night for a Game 5 here as we take a look between Resurgence and Impunity. Both teams now at 2 games apiece, and one final game to decide who gets to take home that PCS 2021 slot. And this was a closest series that I think we were expecting, Briz, to say the very least. A lot of people, Coin to RSG, more capable team. They have the experience. They have the ability to practice against some of these top-tier squads from within the PCS. Unbeknownst to them, IMP were able to take games 2 and 3, but not able to take home the match in game 4 if Resurgence are able to bounce back.
Yeah, and for Resurgence, this is already way too close for comfort. We had our expectations, we saw their expectations. 3-0 was the on-paper result for this, and yet, end of the day, we're here at a Game 5. And I guess IMP couldn't be happier. Of course, they could be a little bit happier had they won the previous game, but still, taking it to 5 games against a PCS squad as a team that was, navigating the, not ranked 5's ladder, because that doesn't exist anymore, but the amateur circuit until like a week ago.
That's pretty small to begin with overall. Let's just say that you don't necessarily have all that many events right now when it comes to tier 2. So especially with the current situation across the world at the moment. So to say the very least, getting this squad together into a workable fashion that can take on a PCS squad and bring them to a game point where they were almost able to close out the series, I think speaks wonders for this squad. And now it comes down to, all right, can you reset? Can you get past the fact that you were just 1 game away from qualifying for the PCS and have to now do it once more and try and recollect your nerves heading into this game 5?
And I do just want to take a step back and acknowledge that, actually, because when it comes to the players as a whole, whichever team loses this, the players will probably, at least a couple of players, should be snatched up by different organizations within the ecosystem. And that's where, A, you're trying to make a really good showing individually, but also B, perhaps we see some of these players be a little hesitant when it comes to making the crazy, risky, game-winning plays, simply because you mess up here. Not only is your team relegated, but you've probably tanked your market value for the future as well.
Well, here we go. Resurgence are going to be taking actually blue side here, as Imp have preferred to go on red. Does mean they get their counters where they wish to have them, so we'll see what the case is going to be here, as Imp, maybe a graphic glitch there from us. I don't see a ban, but I do see a Kalista being banned out here on the side of Resurgence.
Yeah, probably the set ban, I'd imagine, but...
Or just no ban, apparently, or everything just collapses into the oblivion that is our blue void behind us.
Imp with the red side, by the way, means they have counterpick for top lane again, which is kind of spooky.
Spooky? Just a little bit spooky?
Spooky, just a little bit. Poor Shinsekai. Blind Renekton.
Oh my god!
Hope for the best. What are you laughing at?
Your mic did the thing again where it decided that you were taking your too quiet time, and then
I'm sorry.
You scared
now
me.
I'll speak at this level from here on out. Is it still booming?
It's not booming anymore, don't you worry. But we are back into draft. It was a Caitlyn ban on the side of Imp.
It was gonna be one or the other. Honestly though, still probably gonna see a couple more carries hit the bench. Lucian, of course, being hit or miss for this series. Kalista, Nidalee, and Caitlyn having the dubious honor of being banned out every game so far this series. Yeah, hotly contested there. There's the Lucian that we mentioned. Do we see the Zoe joining it? Because that was a good pick for RSG in Game 3, even if it wasn't particularly successful. Or do we see a bit more attention dictated towards the jungle pool?
See if that's going to be the possibility here, as again Lucian going to be banned out. Meanwhile, we also do see that Silas actually drawing a ban here from Shera, was able to cause a decent amount of havoc back in the 3rd game of the series. Now here though, Twisted Fate also being banned out, so Imp just don't want to deal with that global presence that can be exerted by Raven and be such a nuisance later on. Does mean Epic though does get his Graves as the first pick if Resurgence wish to go for it.
So the TF ban does drive up the market value of an earlier Kali, just that little bit more, or even the counter pick Akali later on as an opportunity for you. But yeah, as you mentioned, that first pick, Graves for Epic. It's been a hot point of contention between both junglers, only rivaled by the Nidalee, which has been a consistent ban throughout this series. And honestly, I'm pretty intrigued to see what Caspiel takes into it. So when he faced off against it in game 1, we saw Predator Gragas. Do we see Kha'Zix? Do we see Karthus? Do we see something crazy? Potentially. But we're not going to see it this rotation, at least.
No, instead, this is going to be kind of the bot lane that worked rather well for Imp that we have been seeing. Instead of Blaze being put to Ashe duty, it is going to be the Ezreal getting locked in early on, putting priority there. As Resurgence, we didn't expect Imp to be showing their mid or top just yet, as they are looking to try and hold on to those counter picks as long as possible. Senna, though, going to be locked in once more here for Quake.
Quake Senna was the difference maker when it came to RSG's bot lane actually looking pretty comfortable in the 2v2. And again, while I do love seeing Ezreal Leona as individual champs together as a duo, it's a little clumsy. Yes, it worked out in game 3 for Imp, but will it work out for Blaze and Smurf again this time? Bit of a coin flip, honestly, because Nautilus Senna kind of hard to deal with if they're allowed to open up on you.
Do you see here, though, from Shera, this looks like we're going to be a little bit more into the team fight here. Instead of opting for that solo lane presence, just want something that can just have that utility going across the board. And it looks like possibly this Orianna getting picked up, and it's a rather safe just pick overall.
Yep, so Orianna, third pick, and then ban out 2 mid laners. One of the strongest things you can do here. Ban Azir, and then you have pretty smooth sailing. Could also target out Syndra. It's okay to take out. Yeah, fine. Honestly, I love it. That's what I wanted to see in the PCS. It's something that is very common in European regional leagues, very common in LEC as well, less common in LCS, but still a possibility. With Lucian on the bench, just red 3 Orianna, ban Azir, ban Syndra, and suddenly you have a free lane and a free transition to a very formidable team fight phase.
All right, seeing though, Jax is going to be banned out here, so Top King not going to be able to use that right away, I guess you could say. But now, for the side of Imp, what do they wish to try and ban out here? What has been causing them trouble this entire series? They say, all right, we're just going to try and lock down this mid as much as possible, and try and prevent Raven from having a major impact.
I think you ban Camille here as RSG and then just pick Ornn for Shinsekai, honestly. Really could go either way. I like that they're targeting out the carry pool of Top King, but it does mean we will likely see him default back into that Vlad as his answer. Yeah, so now Camille should be the option for Top King.
See here, we could also see maybe just the jungle pickup being locked in first and try and hold on to that top lane counter as long as possible just to make sure they want to get that good matchup. And the Hecarim has been banned out quite a bit during this series, so to see it here in game 5 for Caspiel likely into the Ward the jungle, not too bad here. A nice pickup and a nice ball delivery system here for Imp. Now this would be laying down a gauntlet from Shinsekai, because now you don't really necessarily have that just beefy front line you were expecting with the Ornn.
Yeah, definitely, but it does mean the Camille's lane phase would be really, really rough, so suddenly that pick that I mentioned would be that little bit less appealing for Top King. However, Camille is a very good ball delivery system alongside the Hecarim, so I still believe we could see it. Mordekaiser, another option into the Renekton. Just pick something strong for the 1v1, because Hecarim, not a gank jungler, not Caspiel's wheelhouse as per usual, and it does mean we will see the Imp jungler for the first time this series relegate himself to more of a farming kind of position.
Wow. This would be a bit of a change up here. Is they actually going to go for this Ornn, actually? And that seems to be the case, so putting Top King and putting a lot of reliability, a lot of this you could say trust into Caspiel, as well as Shera, as well as Blaze, to have to be those main carry threats and not have that top side just be going in your favor nonstop.
Yeah, taking a top lane carry off of the carries, maybe not necessarily the best play overall for him, but good that they're trying new things. I love to see the experimentation, even as backbreakingly close as a game 5, depending on, like, I guess this determines the future of your organization, honestly. Like, this is really scary. Your future as a player, future as a team, future as an org, everything is up in the air depending on the outcome of Game 5 here.
Yeah, of course, Resurgence, they do have teams and other titles, but I think it would be a it would be a bit weird not to see one of those iconic names from Singapore esports just not be in the PCS as the rep. For Impunity, though, might be that new beginning, that new era to take over as far as the scene goes. We'll have to see. It is Game 5 to decide who will be claiming that PCS slot for 2021. Can Resurgence defend their land, or will Imp take over as the new kings of Singapore? As we go ahead and load onto the Rift for our final game of the night.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Back here for our final game between RSG and IMP. Like I've mentioned, winner here gets a slot in the PCS. The other gets knocked back down into that Tier 2 competitive scene, where obviously you're not going to have necessarily as consistent play for some of these players too. We did mention that there might be the possibility they just don't continue playing if they lose out on this slot. Some might get picked up, but the competition is rather fierce within the PCS itself. So we'll see how things pan out here. Pressure on both sides has to be at peak levels. And it's up to them with this final game, and how they perform kind of determines their future for the next year.
Definitely do look at how these players perform individually. I think Top King, regardless of the way this pans out, definitely a hot commodity alongside Caspiel, who's been such a consistent name within the scene. Shira also looking pretty good. And then, of course, RSG having some superstars of their own scattered across this lineup. That being said, both these lineups now going to clash in this final game. Who's going to take it? Well, IMP, they have a fairly quiet 3-6, which is odd considering they played for the other game previously.
And this is what to expect here for Top King, unfortunately. This is not necessarily a fun time for the Ornn in these early levels. It's Shensekai getting rather aggressive to start things off. Good sign. Bot lane also getting that pretty big push in. Unfortunately, you can't really contest up against that Senna or Nautilus as the Ezreal Leona. Sure, though. Let's get some vision down, try and track where Epic is basing himself through the jungle. Not being seen by that ward may actually end up costing Resurgence quite a bit.
So we actually saw quite an interesting Akali game in the previous game, because of course she got a ton of kills.
Wow, Smurf.
Didn't really do much after it.
That's very aggressive, and Blaze is just going to be the one turned back here as he gets himself back to safety. It's going to be the teleport coming on through from Resurgence. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Is Raven going to try and get that 5-point strike? Not actually going to be able to finish off the kill in time. Does get taken down by the tower. It's first blood on toward the Akali. Another teleport. Sheriff flashing on forward is able to find the kill. Shensekai coming in at half health, though. Maybe not what you want to see, as Top King will answer with a teleport of their own. And that will allow Imp to have the advantage, as actually it was Blaze off the death, able to rejoin in the fight, and that is a lot of summoners blown here early on both squads.
Yeah, Opal, I said interesting Akali game last time, because it's not often you get funneled 4 kills pre-level 10 on the Akali, but it looks to be par for the course this time around. Another big pickup for the mid lane monster on the side of Resurgence, but end of the day, it is Impunity that walk away with the advantage off of this. They get the kills in terms of an advantage, and they manage to scare off the potential re-engage.
A bit chaotic, to say the very least, for our 5th game of the night to decide who's going to be taking home that slot in next year's PCS. In the end, Imp is able to walk away with the kill advantage, but we did mention getting a kill onto an Akali early can be rather good here for Raven. We'll see if he can continue to snowball away and get to see some of that superstar status that we have been hearing about his solo queue performance at time and time again.
Yeah, mid lane matchup fairly quiet until level 6, then Orianna can actually threaten all in, but then again, so can Akali. And honestly, I'm still looking at the junglers as being the difference makers here. Caspiel, interestingly enough, went for the flash rather than the ghost. Means his ganks are a little less effective, but he has more opportunities for playmaking potential. You get the flank with the E, with the R, and then you knock someone back with that mini insect. His signature champ was Lee Sin for quite some time, so it does have some footing, but definitely do look at this Hecarim as being more of the playmaker rather than that consistent carry.
I feel like we don't really get to see this composition's kind of full power until we actually start hitting that level 6 and start seeing some of these objective fights in around Rift Herald or that second Drake, or maybe even possibly the first Drake here. I'm interested to see if there's going to be confidence coming out from Imp this early, as again, this mid lane mainly just kind of a farm fest for this Orianna to try and survive the lane as long as possible. I think we'll be waiting on likely that next objective, unless Boxer wants to pull the dredge line, but not going to be the case here as Imp just gets themselves back to safety.
Yeah, ball delivery system from the Hecarim past level 6, plus Leona also pretty good in that regard. Oh, okay, and Shinsekai's like, nah, I don't care, because my jungler is here, but it's Ornn versus double AD top jungle. He doesn't have any armor quite yet, but he's still pretty hefty, still pretty difficult to deal with, and could still turn this around with a solid grasp.
Gonna be hit from both of these top laners, and they're able to again chunk down that CC. Top King though gets the knockup over onto the Graves first, then gets the knockup onto the upgrade. He flashes on forward, almost able to find a 2v1. But my lord, Top King playing on the edge, maybe getting a little bit too greedy, and that's going to end up costing Imp that kill onto the top side of the map.
No, but what the hell? There was a Shinsekai with 20% health, and he goes for the 100-0 on the Graves instead and nearly gets it. Epic lives with a sliver of health. Yes, it's a heartbreaker, but it is one Imp will still capitalize on by trading their top laner's life in exchange for this Drake. Seriously, the Renekton's at like 20% health, and yet you go for the 100% health Graves? And to his credit, he nearly gets him. Full duration Bellows Breath does a ton. Knock up, brittle, knock up, brittle. It's all good. It's all beautiful. Grasp could boot as well. Heartbreaker. And the Grasp empowered auto attack was about to come through. Oh.
Close.
Rough.
Very close here from Top King. Maybe decided didn't really want to catch out Shinsekai because he didn't actually have a wall to try and get that initial knock-up and had to kind of wait on the call of Forge God. Maybe that was the idea going through his head. Maybe he thought, hey, could get the big play. Nonetheless, though, IMP are able to trade for the first dragon of the game, and that does net them the Infernal. It's going to be Mountain coming up next, so we'll either be seeing a Cloud or a Ocean Soul to round out our series here in Game 5 of our promo match.
And so in this previous game where we did see RSG walk away with the victory, we actually had them tether and pull Imp around the map. I want to see the opposite now that we have, you know, the Senna who does like to farm up, get a little bit of wind behind her sails when it comes to stacking up, just kind of sitting immobile, farming up a storm. Make Quake follow you around and don't let RSG have the luxury of scaling up on these big, scary carries.
You see, though, RSG are going to be the ones that try and go for the first Rift Herald of the game, as Castiel is nearby. Does have ultimate available. Shara could look to try and collapse themselves, but instead, maybe the plan is just to try and go for a play up toward the top lane. Top King going to have his ultimate coming off cooldown just now. Gets the initial knockup into the double knockup. Unfortunately for Shinsekai, he's got nowhere to run. In comes the Senna ultimate. Caspiel maybe didn't need to use the ultimate there, but still, nonetheless, it is the kill going on over to the Hecarim.
Actually do have a contest here, though, as Smurv is looking for the reinforcement, but the Shockwave is nowhere near.
Yeah, we do see that Shara's just kind of getting pushed in underneath tower toward mid lane. Raven doing quite well here on the Akali. Does give a little bit of the opening here for Resurgence to try and go ahead and take that Rift Herald. You're also seeing, again, you have a double tier stacking on the side of IMP. They're not looking to necessarily fight outside of Caspian.
Let's just give a shout out to the fact that these Ornn knockups are so good. They're just layered insanely well. Twice now where he just gets so much airtime on the enemy. It happened when the Graves ganked top and Epic almost died. It happened just then to set up the Hecarim for a quick and easy cleanup. And yeah, Top King being about as mechanically proficient in Ornn as you possibly could be.
So at least allows Top King to kind of recover a little bit of that fumble that we saw a little bit earlier, saying, all right, able to get an assist. It also means this Hecarim kind of comes online, which Caspiel himself doesn't necessarily need to be that major carry like you mentioned earlier, but allows him to be a little bit more tanky and help deliver that ball system for the Orianna.
Yeah, that ball delivery kind of pseudo-tank Hecarim who can transition to a bit of a carry if need be. I want to actually pull that and look at the top lane, because speaking of carry, speaking of tanks, bot lane though!
I don't think you're given an option here as Quake is forced to flash over to safety. Saw that True Shot Barrage coming out, and that's a quick, easy trade of 2 ultimates for the flash of the Senna. Quake going to be a little bit susceptible to a possible play if Smurf is able to land that Solar Flare once more.
Yeah, and unlike the previous game, because he's not going against an Ashe, he went for the heal rather than the cleanse, so next time Leona chooses to go, it is go time. That being said, Zenithblade did go wide, so no real follow-up there. I want to pull it back, because Top King, we stress, mechanical player. Game sense, not really all that good when it comes to actually playing for the map, and that's where you need to have that refined as a tank player. You need to know when to TP, what to do, when to do it, and how to teamfight correctly. And that's maybe where we see the test of time here. That's maybe where we see Top King actually exposed now that he's out of his comfort zone and onto a tank whose role is completely different from before.
Saw Shara there just trying to get a little bit of damage. Epic, though, is going to go ahead and pop down the Rift Herald mid. Will get some damage, but I don't think that actually gets the tower here in mid, so just kind of use there to get some turret plating over toward Raven, at the very least. But Shara going to be just quite fine not losing out on that tower. 15 seconds, though, until our next dragon spawn. Caspiel already down here with the Hecarim. Ultimate is available as well if they're looking for that big burst, as well as Solar Flare coming online here for Smurf shortly.
Oh.
A nice buffer from Blaze. Going to get himself back to safety as that depth charge is able to knock him up. Shinsekai looking for that TP flank, able to get himself a quick, easy stun, but the 3-man Shockwave, not enough damage. It's only a tier as well as the Sork Boots here for the Orianna. So even though it looked pretty, didn't do a whole lot of damage.
Top King coming down. We still have Onslaught available, though. The team fighting tools are still there.
That's a big True Shot Barrage, though, that comes on through. Boxer not going to get taken down immediately. Caspiel able to find a 3-man Onslaught of Shadows with the Hecarim and able to almost find the knock-up as Shinsekai able to get himself back to safety. And IMP, even a man down, able to trade back, and it looks like the Dragon shall be theirs.
RSG a little bit too disrespectful when it came to that fight. Yes, they found that pick. Yes, they got the Shockwave, but everything else came up in favor of IMP. They get the collapse, they get the prolonged fight, they get their 4v5 bloodbath, and they thrive in the chaos, picking up a couple of kills, picking up that Drake, and pushing it potentially to another 20-odd minute soul.
You saw there, at the very least, Raven was able to pick up a kill at the beginning of the fight. So this colleague, again, gets another kill into her back pocket. But again, you got to have to shout out Blaze here, able to get a really nice True Shot Barrage and hitting all 3 of those low health members, make it 4, allows them to actually try and go for this play even when they're a man down.
Yeah, Blaze just in the backline, running rampant. His Ezreal has been so clean so far today throughout this series. Night and day from his Ashe performances, and perhaps it's because they got this consistently solid carry for their consistently solid bot laner that they've decided to put the usual carries in more of a utility position.
Do note, next dragon, it is going to be Cloud Soul here for our final game, so just going to add on to what you could say of the Caspiel. Okay, it's just making me a little bit tense there. No mana on the Hecarim, but able to at least get the regen. And he should be heading on back as he should have a decent amount of gold in his back pocket. It's been sitting on that Sheen for a little bit.
Actually, kind of odd that we see him going for the Skirmisher's Saber before finishing his Triforce. Oftentimes you'll see Hecarims just finish the Triforce while sat on the Talisman. That being said, I understand it, and it does give you that little bit more sustain plus XP on your clears. So yeah, we won't see him go for the Cinderhawk quite yet. Instead, gonna opt for that Triforce. After Triforce, you can go Death's Dance. You can play around with your build a bit, but definitely do need that initial core item before the Hecarim becomes that big, monstrous horse that we have seen just 1v9 team fights.
Let's see. Does Top King kind of get dragged into this, Shinsekai being aggressive for no reason right now? Because it kind of screams that there might be, a Graves nearby. Because you do see Epic deciding to path back in toward the Rift Herald pit. But that is going to be started off here as Top King still getting some good trades.
Yeah, literal clapping in the top lane there as Top King just happy to fish for this.
Again, gets the quick knock-up, and he just gets the kill! Before anything happens, he may be on the Ornn, but he's looking to play like a damn carry as Shera actually goes for the teleport. Maybe wanted to go in for this fight. Do they get the burst down onto Shera? It's not enough for Raven to pull the trigger, and they'll get them back to safety.
Yeah, and I mentioned his layering of the knockups earlier was flawless. Again, there doesn't even give Shinsekai the chance to pop his ult. The Dawning Shadow a little bit late, and the perfect execution on the Ornn here. Gets his knockups, gets his brittles, gets his grass procs. It all comes together flawlessly, and Top King, mana pool be damned, is going for this. Look at that. Look at the airtime. Look at
Clap after clap.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow still late.
Yeah, a little bit
Granted,
late there.
No one expected that to happen.
Now, to be fair, though, we are seeing a recurring issue, though, I think, with Imp, is the fact that Resurgence was able to translate still that back into a Rift Herald. Considering the fact you took down that top lane, you still had ultimates available for Caspiel as well as the Shockwave for this Orianna. It kind of felt like they are finding these kind of 1v1s, but they're not getting any advantages, and we saw that a lot, especially during Game 1.
Yeah, Game 1, that infamous let's get a pick on the Ashe, and then lose 3 turrets in the ensuing 45 seconds. So, yeah, definitely do have my reservations as to how Imp managed to translate their leads. However, speaking of leads, 1.3k up, not a huge deal at 16 minutes, but 2 Drakes to 0 means that they have full control once the Cloud Soul starts to materialize.
Well, Shinsekai might get caught out here. He's going to get slowed down. Caspiel can just go ahead and roam on over. Doesn't even have to use his own ultimate. Does it for the quick. Again, Shinsekai getting caught out. And this puts this now Renekton 0-3 here in Game 5.
And while all of that was happening, what were the rest of Resurgence doing? Akali was somewhat free farming into the Ornn. You also have the mid lane just kind of not doing a whole lot. Need the Herald for the mid lane tier 1 to be cracked open, and then look for RSG to start aggressively fishing for picks. Shinsekai's TP when he's alive, they have Drake in 10 seconds, make this big contest, but find a kill first. No 5v5 here for the side of RSG.
See here, Caspiel waiting in the wings. Shera is going to have the ultimate coming off cooldown likely shortly. They also do have Top King's ultimate on that Ornn as well. RSG, they say, all right, we'll try and at least get some pressure into the mid lane. Smurf actually able to land that Zenith Blade. Caspiel dragging down to 3,500. Epic now steps back in, but you do see that Shinsekai is looking for that roam. He does get spotted out immediately. Blaze actually just arcane shifting on forward. Top King wants to get onto Epic. It is going to get secured. Meanwhile, the Shockwave only lands onto Raven. Smurf going down low, and for IMP, it is disaster unless Blaze, as well as Shera, are able to claim back this fight. Doesn't look to be the case. Arcane shifting on forward, almost able to take down Shinsekai. But in the end, Dragon secured by RSG as well as 2 kills.
Yeah, huge swing in favor of RSG there. Really, really clean pickup on the Drake. Takes Soul Point out of the picture for the next 5 minutes at least. And, as well as that, does kind of set a weird precedent for IMP here because they have to think about what kind of fights they can take now. Caspiel, no ultimate at the start of that, didn't get to play the game. You saw him just get knocked up, hit down from a distance on the Senna. CC'd, disengage, all of that bad Hecarim stuff, just keeping this jungler for IMP out of the fight. And yes, while the Ezreal E forward was ambitious and it looked good, not enough to get anything back in favor of this team. And suddenly IMP, that lead they built for themselves, not completely gone, but it's within 100 gold now. So yeah, not too significant.
And it kind of comes back, like you mentioned, I really wish Caspiel didn't use his ultimate to try and finish off Shinsekai, because if they had that up, I think that's a different team fight entirely. I think that's something that Imp can easily take. Shinsekai gonna get caught out once again. You're getting 1v1'd by an Orianna. Oh. Never mind, he turns it back, in comes that shielding. Shera not gonna be able to finish off the kill, as Shinsekai says, what are you trying to do stepping up to me? as a Renekton finds himself his first kill. Meanwhile, top lane, though, they're able to take down Raven.
I think Akali tried to dive on. Yeah, judging by the state of the wave, Akali definitely tried to dive on. And then Hecarim, he's really fast, got there in time. Hecarim maybe dove here as Shinsekai.
What are you doing? Okay, he's going to try and turn this at the very least. He got
Blaze
the
Zoom.
Zoom. Okay, Blaze just does that. Okay. Blaze Zoom, all he needs is auto attacks. Caspiel, on the other hand, needs some faith, needs a miracle. He's got to flash away, trying to avoid, and it does actually end up paying off. Not going to give over any kills to the side of Resurgence. Meanwhile, another tower is going to be taken here by IMP. Let's take a look to how this panned out in the top lane.
Yeah, the Hecarim can just suddenly appear in your lane from like 3 screens away. Beauty of that champion is that wards in like Tribush or in Riverbush, useless, because if you see him, he's just gonna come. Yeah, that was interesting. Again, mechanical outplay on the Ornn coming through for Top King. Living up to his name.
You know, just flashing slightly to the side, able to dodge away.
Hey, he brought the Akali with him.
Yeah, I know. He dodged slightly toward the side. Now Raven kind of goes, well, I'm sad at the moment. So there you go. It's going to be another kill going in favor of IMP. We'll see if they're able, again, to translate anything with that. They were able to pick up, I believe, a second tower, being the top lane first tier, so they are able to get themselves some of the standing gold. But gold is still dead even at this point, only separated by a couple hundred. IMP need to continue some of this pressure, and we need to start seeing some of these team fights actually roll through and try and shut down Quake before he really gets online.
And Caspiel, not quite unkillable yet, but getting fairly bulky on this Hecarim. If he lives on top of the center in these fights, as he is probably going to be prone to doing, suddenly the DPS of RSG's comp is out of the window, and suddenly the way RSG win this game, it's a little bit doomed. Still, all credit where credit is due. Shinsekai completely smurfed on She-Ra in the bottom lane, and IMP have quite a bit of catching up to do mentally now.
Like, I don't know what you expect as an Orianna with, you know, only an item and a half. Smurf, though, I don't know what you really expected there. True Shot Barrage comes out. Boxer gets taken down low. Solar Flare is going to be there. Depth Charge as well. And there you go. Smurf, one of the few members I think you can actually single out, especially during this series, that has been getting maybe a little bit too aggressive and getting caught out.
And I feel kind of bad, but there's a reason why I was like, yeah, you know, teams, even if IMP lose, they'll be looking at Top King, Caspiel, She-Ra, maybe even Blaze. Smurf kind of left by the wayside in that regard, unfortunately. Just not really having the best series for himself.
Epic.
But somebody's got to do it!
Oh, and Blaze going to get himself the shutdown. In comes the call of the Forge God. Boxer going to get knocked out. It's a teleport from Shara just to secure the extra kill. And with 2 members down, it's going to be Imp going up toward the Baron at 22.5 minutes.
Both solo lanes looking pretty well set for RSG, though. They're sat inside lane. They have their TPs if they need them. They're actually going to contest this 3v5. Can they hold? Every ult still available for the side of IMP, bar the Forge God and the Solar Flare.
Raven, unfortunately, is just going to get exhausted immediately. In comes that Shadow from Quake. Now in comes the rest of the squad. Shinsekai needs to try and do it the same. It's going to be the Secure going on over to Caspiel. And IMP able to find 2 more members. And with that, options now to break open this map with a 3,000 gold lead. And the next dragon now spawned.
Pendulum swinging back and forth in this series, and pendulum swinging back and forth in this game. RSG, they looked ahead, they looked to have the setup, and they get collapsed upon. Sheer power of the hard engage on demand, sheer DPS of these carries. IMP are living for it, and they are just slamming it into RSG this mid-game.
And RSG now have to deal with the fact that there's now a Baron buff on the side of IMP for the next little bit. Could also be looking toward now securing Cloud Soul off the next dragon spawn. As you can see in your bottom left, they have now secured their 3rd dragon in the game, giving some extra cooldown reduction there to the ultimates as well. And for Resurgence, it's coming down. Can you find another miracle kind of steal? Can you find a miracle fight from Raven? Can Shinsekai find a miracle flank? On top of that, Boris has made an appearance. That's a double Black Cleaver on the top side of Resurgence's map.
I don't think it's necessarily terrible because it does mean that Senna doesn't have to itemize it for herself, but I'm not a tremendous fan of it. I think the Serrated Dirk being built into Glaive would have been better to kind of facilitate some more of the aggressive picks or whatever Archie have tried to materialize here. Again, though, I think taking 5v5s against IMP's comps is a little bit ambitious because you have the Orianna, you have the Leona. Similar to last game, where IMP just draft a really easy to execute 5v5 in your face kind of composition. They run at you, they dive on you, and they win through that. Brute force alone is enough to get this team ahead.
There you go. With this Baron buff, they're able to now take down the second tier turret in mid lane. Net themselves another little bit of gold into their back pocket. Blaze is going to get snared up here, though. IMP keeping
Raven.
calm here.
Raven
Wants to go for that kind of cheeky flank. Do you have to make that miracle play, though, just yet on the side of Resurgence? This game is still within grasp. I think we're going to still wait a little longer until we start to see those big hero plays. But you even mentioned it coming into the draft of our final game. Both of these teams, you can feel both sides feeling tense, feeling reluctant to go for those all-ins to try and make the play happen. But at some point, if this continues on the side of IMP Resurgence, they're going to need someone to step up to the table to keep this team in the PCS.
I mean, we even saw IMP in the previous game hesitant to pull the trigger on anything because of the fear of the Elder Dragon. And by the time they decided to fight, both Nexus towers were down. The Nexus was being shredded by like 4 auto attacks from the enemy AD carry. And suddenly, this game could be on the opposite side here as Archie need to fight now.
Top King, though, able to sidestep. Shensekai goes down extremely low. Solar Flare is going to end up missing, though, on Boxer. It's a whiff on both sides. In comes True Shot Barrage. Not going to be able to actually hit there onto Raven, but that is going to be the top lane tower taken, and now the inhibitor exposed. IMP, though, it does not look like it's going to be their play just yet, as instead they plan to back off, not looking to push the envelope just yet, but now picking up some more gold, can go ahead, reset, go for a shot before the next dragon spawns.
And it looks like Archie win out on that because they don't lose any of their ultimates. But the only ults used by IMP are luxury ones. They still have the team fighting if wanted.
Raven, though, gets taken down. It's going to be a 3-man knockup. Shockwave almost catches 3. But the flash from Epic keeps them safe. And it's just a little bit short there from Shera making a hero play himself. But now 30 seconds down on Raven. That is going to be Imp breaking open the base of Resurgence and scarring them for the next 5 minutes.
And that is the attempted play from Raven, the attempted heroism. That backline access, that flank, that, hey, look, they use Solar Flare, they use True Shot Barrage, let's get in here. But because Shockwave was up, Forge God was up, Onslaught was up, all of these big team fighting tools were up. It's like I said, luxury ultimates for the bot laners of IMP. It's the 3 up top that have the really crucial cooldowns that you need to be paying attention towards.
Do note, though, we do have some item breakpoints starting to roll on through. Top King being level 15 has updated the death cap now for Shera, as well as the Trinity Force upgrade from Blaze. We're actually not seeing an Iceborne Gauntlet that we have been seeing from the Ezreals over the course of today's series. Wants to be able to do more damage during some of these team fights. As long as he can keep himself safe, should be able to do so. But now, Resurgence have to deal with this gold being actually put to use on the side of IMP as they do find themselves 6,000 gold up ahead.
And my main concern here is, even with this lead, what do we see from IMP? Do they hard commit for this? Do they know how to close? Or do we see them just default back to waiting for Soul to spawn, waiting for Elder to spawn, and then closing around those objectives, but giving an extra 10 minutes for RSG to play with? IMP, if they're going to close this one out, do it soon, do it fast. Don't give Senna a chance to scale, don't give Akali a chance to scale. Just do it now.
And with that, the 7th tower taken here by IMP. And with that, Blaze is going to go ahead and start up the 4th dragon for themselves. And they look to claim Soul in favor, getting that extra move speed as well as that extra cooldown reduction onto these main ults that they need to have up for these team fights. And like you said, the luxury ultimates for Blaze and Smurf can be thrown out time and time again. And Resurgence, some point, sometime, you have to make the call. if Imp is going to start pressuring in onto the base, especially after a second Baron.
And another concern that just pops into your mind around neutrals, Orianna Burst about as much as Smite now. The chances of the Miracle Steal for RSG almost out of the picture entirely, and that's why they need a good fight. They need to split it, they need to dodge out on those TP cooldowns, and they are TPing now. 2 TPs up top.
That's Shensekai and Raven. Looking for the flank themselves, looking for the collapse, but immediately Imp, they say, hey, hold on, what are you doing over here? True Shot Barrage cuts through, not going to land on Raven, but Caspiel is going to be able to cut off this Akali's escape route. Ultimate being burned, delaying as long as possible, but the rest of Resurgence are nowhere close. Instead, running for safety in the mid lane. Quake forced the flash out back to safety. The True Shot Barrage. No, that's going to be the call of the Forge God into the knockup, into the Zenith Blade, and Quake gets taken down. Epic needs to get himself back to safety. Teleport coming out from Top King. They want to go for the end. They want to claim the slot. Shensekai has to hold on, but IMP are able to show up today. Boxer will try and hold on for as long as possible. The first Nexus Tower quakens, and there you go, Resurgence, the flame, it gets dashed apart, and for IMP, it's the new era in Singapore as they look to represent the country, the city, on the stage of the PCS, taking down and relegating it Resurgence.
New era, old guard. Caspiel, the best Malaysian player to ever touch League of Legends. He makes his way back. He makes his way to the top. You are laughing because that is controversial, but here he shows it. He shows up and he is absolutely insane in tandem with these solo laners. What a showing from a team that everybody universally slept on coming into this. They got pushed to 5 games in their qualifier for this, and they push it to 5 games here, but they walk away with the victory again.
Oh, IMP. Pressure came down in Game 4, and you could tell there was some misplays coming out from individuals of this squad, but they're able to keep focus, execute where they need to, and even Top King, even though he's on a carry, little did you know, Ornn, he is an all-in-one super unit himself. And he's able to help lead this team.
The almost beautiful. This is like the rare example of one of the C regions within the PCS, where you have a player that can actually contest with the top of the leaderboard, regardless. Like, that is insane. But assuming he keeps this level, this guy will be maybe top 3 in his role for Spring, contesting with likes of Ziv, Rest, Hanabi, PK. This guy is seriously the real deal.
Yeah. Of all the people to be studying in Singapore to get on your team here, that is one way to do it here. And with Top King taking home MVP for Game 5 and possibly even that series. Caspiel also having a really good showing himself. The top side of IMP, I think it's fair to say, a bit threatening to some of these other squads. And with that too, we get to see new faces join the PCS in 2021 and maybe a brand new showing for that country in the form of Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia. That server may be able to make a new mark, and maybe this could be your team that actually sees the postseason when it comes to a split.
And conversely, taking a look back over to Resurgence, it's been one heck of a season. Ups and a lot of downs, especially towards the end of summer here. Not too much to say in that regard, just on the day, nearly pulled it back. Unfortunately, the rising stars in the region, the new era, as you so rightfully coined it, can't stop that shine.
Yeah, the beauty, they get to claim themselves as that top team from the region. And for Resurgence, it's lights out on 2021. And the question now becomes, will we see any of these players get picked up by any of these squads? Will we see kind of a mixed match, actually, when it comes to maybe this and the roster that just qualified?
Singaporean super team.
Try and craft a super Singaporean super team, possibly. But for Impunity, it's going to be celebrations all tonight. This team that was kind of written off as it was likely to be a 3-0 for Resurgence. That was the anticipation. That is what everyone's assumptions were coming in. But Impunity able to turn that on its head and take home the best of 5 in Game 5, 3-2 over Resurgence.
No Yone though.
I know we didn't get Yone. But maybe tomorrow we'll get to see some Yone. As it's going to be Liab looking to defend their slot now in the PCS against Panic Time for our Philippine qualifier, which that itself might also be as chaotic as this series, which I'm looking forward to it. Briz, though, I don't think you'll be joining us onto that series, as this was your final cast of the year here for the PCS.
Indeed it was. It was an emotional half year for me. I liked it. It was a good time. You've all been wonderful to me. Games, fantastic quality. Yeah. I don't know, I'm awkward at these, but I really hope you enjoyed
you go down with the Resurgence chip, it seems.
Yeah,
right?
wow. Yeah, my predictions went out the window, and again, they go out the window here.
Oh boy. Well, again, congratulations to Impunity for qualifying for PCS 2021. They will be representing the SIM region when it comes to the PCS. For us, though, that is the end of our broadcast for Resurgence. We hope for a better luck next time. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing you next year at the PCS. You guys, though, we still have one more day of broadcast, and that, of course, is going to be our Philippine promotion match. See whether or not Liab will join RSG in their fate, or can they themselves defend their slot when it comes to the next year of PCS.